Chapter 2056. 5 years ago, Maple had been talking about this realm. He could not climb it himself. So he tried his best to help them climb it. The try his best here was not an exaggeration, but a statement. He really did climb it with his life in his hands. He came up with countless methods, but in the end he found that those methods were all limited by the rules of the environment. He finally got frustrated and suggested to start from the source, which was the source law, which sounded like a deadly thing. He began to scratch his head to break through the toughest wall in front of him. In short, in order to increase the battle strength of the Void frontline, in order to help them break the shackles and reach the level of Great Tao, Maple had risked his life countless times. And from the results, it could be said that his hard work paid off. After the appearance of the Source Law, the shackles on all the members were undone. They began to increase their battle strength with all their might, and after a few thousand years, the Void frontline finally welcomed a high-level primeval. This was also the first high-level premier to be born in the Order Void in this era, although this high-level premier was just a support. No. He did not have any objections. Support was good, and it was Maple's personal support. That made him even happier. Maple must be even happier because he could set off more fireworks without restraint. They were guessing who would be the first to reach the advanced primeval realm. They guessed that the closer they were to Maple, the higher the probability. After all, he was the source of attraction and would more or less passively lead others. So they guessed that CU and the others would be the first to reach the advanced primeval realm. Or him. After all, he was the first, the second in the Order Void to reach the advanced primeval realm. But no matter how they guessed, they never thought that the first to reach the advanced primeval realm would be the little angel. It was really unexpected. He felt that a big reason why they did not guess was that the little angel did not show up. Well, it was true. Other than CU and the others, the little angel was the closest to Maple. She stuck to him for a long time and did not leave. She was basically Maple's binding accessory. That was why she had hidden herself too well. It was not that they had never paid attention to her, but the main thing was her movements were too small. She did not move much and was very quiet all the time. Her main task in battle was to support Maple, and once Maple started fighting, his movements would suppress the entire front line of the Void. How would they know what the little angel was doing? CU bit her thumb and looked at the little angel. She could not help but murmur, high level, "I'm so jealous." Hearing her soft muttering, Yun Nuwashing couldn't help but turn his head. Seeing CU's action of acting cute, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he patted her head. "In any case, you guys will be able to step into the higher levels when the time limit is up. There's no need to rush. Since I've already confirmed that the Source Law is enough to help you guys step into the higher levels." I can heave a sigh of relief. He suddenly put one hand on his waist, raised his head and sighed. He said with a sigh, "Premier, I'm so jealous." This time, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. When they were worried about the high-level premier, they almost forgot that there was a certain unlucky person who cut himself into dozens of pieces and moved himself to the level of premier. In fact, he was only at the peak of the Source Law. Sigh. There was nothing they could do but sigh about his bad luck. With this good news, everyone in the Void frontline should be excited. Hui sighed. Stepping into the realm of advanced was a milestone, and it could also give an answer to everyone who was worried about this matter in the Void frontline. From now on, the path to the realm would be unimpeded, and they could go wherever they wanted. Even if they rolled themselves into a ball and rolled over, no one would say anything. In short, this was a symbolic piece of good news. He had already spoken to Little Greenie and asked him to spread the news. Currently, everyone's reaction was extremely intense. Deafening shouts could be heard from the soul transmission. Joyous gongs and drums rang out in unison. It was unknown who had thrown out 2 large equivalents, but the explosion of energy was so loud that it was deafening. His ears were about to go deaf. Hui thought for a while and suddenly clapped his hands. "Shall we celebrate?" Yin Nuwashing stared at Hui, who was thinking about something in his mind. He picked his ears and looked at Hui as if he was looking at an unknown object. Hui could not help but smile bitterly. He scratched his head and explained, "The main thing is that after going back and forth twice and suddenly hearing such a shocking news, I have no idea about those things anymore. Suddenly, I want to." Yun Nuashin glanced at him. "You want to slack off, don't you? Oh, let me take a break." Hui seemed to know that he could not persuade someone, so he turned to look at everyone. Right? You guys think so too, right?" Everyone laughed dryly and did not know what to say. It would be a lie to say that they were not shocked. After going back and forth twice to talk about some things, now they were really a little absent-minded. But they could find a place to sit down and recover. It would not delay things, and they would be fine in a while. Yun Nuashin glanced at the people sitting under the square in the distance. She tilted her head and looked at Hui again. Finally, she turned her head and looked at the little angel. Her voice was soft. "Then, is there anything you want to do?" At this time, no one was in the mood to go out to play. He looked at everyone's small eyes and thought that they probably wanted to take some time to think about life. After all, they were shocked by little angel breaking through to the higher level quietly. Now they needed to take a break. To be honest, he was also shocked. Well, he thought Hui would be the first to step into the higher level. After all, he was the second to step into the premier realm in this era. Little Angel was a little later than Yuanji. He did not expect her to catch up. Maybe it was because she had been close to him all the time and was influenced by him too much? In 5 eras, the seal could be worn down by the origin energy. It was probably accumulated bit by bit like this. Finally, she was one step ahead of Hui to break through the seal and become the first to step into the higher level of the premier realm. As for the others, they had their own reasons. For example, Sui Feng and Sui Qing. It was because they used a lot of time to adapt to the rules of this era and stagnated for a long time in the middle. Little Angel looked at his eyes and chuckled. "I don't have anything in particular I want to do. Well, I'll just accompany you. I haven't been around for thousands of years, and I miss you very much." Yun Nuashing's pretty face blushed slightly. Everyone grimaced. The taste of the dog food was too strong. "That's easy." Hui suddenly snapped his fingers to attract everyone's attention. They all turned their heads and saw the guardian's expression, which was a mix of 3 parts sinister and 3 parts teasing. They knew that this guy was going to stir up trouble again. Sure enough, everyone saw him take out a big bouquet of flowers from his crotch and put it on the table. Then he looked at an observer affectionately. "Feng, can you two go through the process? Stop." Yun Nuashing covered her face with one hand and blocked Hui with the other. Her tone was extremely tired and puzzled. "Why are you talking about this topic again? Didn't you say that we are going to celebrate? Why are you talking about such a heavy topic?" Huey's face was serious. He covered his chest with one hand. "I think this should be a relatively easy topic. Just go through the process, and you two are almost done. You don't even need to go through the process. Everyone in the Void frontline thinks that you are married. After all, there are no strange obstacles between you two, and you don't have those strange requests, right? You are not like me in the past." Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. "See, you caught the last sentence and looked at the guardian curiously. What do you mean by that in the past?" This. Hui suddenly realized and hurriedly covered his face. It's a slip of the tongue. Don't mind these details." Hui, this guy." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and pointed at him with her thumb. She unceremoniously exposed his matter in front of everyone. "Actually, he has a girlfriend." Everyone, huh? This is amazing. Why didn't we know? Who is the other party? Where is she? Have we met before? The sudden words shocked everyone. They hurriedly gathered together and stared at the observer and the guardian, who was scratching his head and smiling embarrassedly. Their eyes flashed with the light of the 8 trigrams that could break through the void. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and leaned against the air behind her. She shook her hands and slowly brewed something. Seeing her like this, everyone hurriedly sat down in their chairs and listened attentively with tea. After a while, they heard the observer slowly say, "Speaking of which, there's a lot to be said. Speaking of which, it happened when we were still in Pantheon. Back then, we were dragging a group of people and fighting all over the world. At that time, there were so many people and organizations that were stronger than us. We were so busy that we had to fight a small battle every 2 to 3 days and a big battle every 7 to 8 days. Our opponents could be from Pantheon or from other worlds. One time I think it happened in the Ganyuan region, but I don't remember much about it. Anyway, we ran into the girl that he couldn't avoid." Everyone took a deep breath and saw that the guardian was even more embarrassed. When his handsome face turned red, he couldn't help but make tisk, tsk, hisk sounds. Then, coincidentally, the girl was the eldest daughter of a family in the Divine Land. We didn't fight our way to the Divine Land, so we weren't very famous in the Divine Land. We first visited the Divine Land because we wanted to send the girl who had been wandering around the world for many years back home. He also wanted to see if there was anything he could do in the Divine Land. At that time, well, as you expected, we met the girl's family. When her family saw the two of them, they knew what happened. Then they looked down on Hui and took a liking to another family in the city. Everyone, F***CK this plot. Oh, don't worry, this is just a small interlude. The two of them got along quite well, and there wasn't any melodramatic plot like you think. Yes, there was nothing at all, because Hui directly intimidated the entire family. Although there are many people and organizations that are stronger than us, there are also many who are weaker than us. After all, they were at the top of the hierarchy at that time. When the gods fought, the mortals would retreat, and the girls would retreat. Although they were still a little disdainful that he didn't have any foundation, the process was still a little unsmooth. When Hui heard this, he couldn't help but smile with reminiscence. "Then I dragged you over to help me." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him, and Hui continued with a smile. At that time there was a big commotion. Her house was near the holy city of China, and many people who had seen her on the battlefield happened to gather in or near the holy city. Some of them were originally from China, and some of them just happened to gather in China. While they were eating hot pot and singing, Maple suddenly blew up in someone's house. Boom! In an instant, the whole city was in chaos. There were people who climbed walls, drilled holes, teleported, lied down on the spot, pretended to be dead, and wrote their last words. Half of the people in the city were scared away, and at that time, Maple was not a void-level disaster, but a world-level disaster at most. Everyone. This was very observer. It was a fatal disaster from the beginning. After that, this episode was over, and the two of them went a lot smoother. The main thing was that the girl's family didn't dare to say anything, and they just let the two of them talk as they liked. After many years, the divine realm was a little more stable, and the outsiders were not rampant enough to risk their lives. However, after many years, the two of them reached the stage where they should talk about marriage. Although we basically thought that they were already married and they were just short of a formal wedding. Then, one day after a tough battle, Hui suddenly brought up this matter. Yes, it was as sudden as today. He immediately ran to someone's house and finalized the marriage in a few days. Yun Nuashing deliberately paused for a moment. The next day, we all ran away. Everyone, Meow, 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 meow. What kind of godlike development was this? Yun Nuashing waved her hand to signal everyone to calm down. It's not right to say that we ran away. At that time, it was still chaotic. Although it was a little more stable, it was only because the internal war in the divine realm had slowed down a lot. However, the outsiders were still very fierce. At that time, a group of dangerous people just happened to arrive. We thought about what to do and when to fight. Although we had just finished a battle and hadn't fully recovered, we still had to fight. Oh, and then, after that, we went back and got married. Everyone was happy. Sui Feng nodded and said, however, he felt that the atmosphere between Feng and Hui Jun had changed slightly. His expression also changed slightly. If everyone was happy, they would have met the girl, but now Yun Nuoxing was silent for a few seconds. She let out a long sigh and looked at Hui Jun, seeing that he was holding half of his face. She nodded at him with distress and helplessness. Then she continued, "It has been 13 eras since that day. She fell in the divine realm of the divine realm. Her soul was scattered, and there was no way to save her. Because we couldn't talk about it, we never talked about it." Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened, and they were confused. They didn't know why the topic suddenly changed to this point. This? Why? Sui Feng suddenly stood up. His face was full of confusion. What the hell suddenly appeared in the middle of this? How many things were missing in the middle? Yun Nuoxing blew at his bangs and watched them fall. After a moment of silence, he clenched his arms involuntarily. As I said just now, it was a group of dangerous people. They brought tens of thousands of soldiers to the city. Most of the forces of the divine realm were held back on the main battlefield, and a small number of forces were watching from the sidelines. At this time, a considerable number of forces of that group of dangerous people bypassed our defense and surveillance, rushed to the defenseless divine prefecture, and destroyed 1/3 of the divine prefecture. At that time, the area that was destroyed just happened to cover the place where she was. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say about this ending. Sui Feng scratched his head and gave a vague reply. After a while, he whispered to Hui Jun, "I'm sorry." Hui Jun seemed to be more open-minded. He waved his hand and said, "Tisa, it's been 13 eras. What's there to be sorry about? It's not that I can't forget, but I don't want to. My impression of her has faded to the point where I only have her name and face left. Although I remember her soul, I still can't find her." He suddenly smiled and looked at Feng. "Feng, if you have time, help me find Fei Fei. If there's a chance in the future." Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and sighed heavily. She looked into Hui Jun's eyes and nodded solemnly. "Okay, I'll find her for you in the future. With the name of Origin, Chaos, and Primordial, I'll find Fei Fei for you." Therefore, although their expressions were more open-minded, their words and eyes were still filled with regret and sorrow. Even after a long time, the scars left behind by this incident could not be healed. It was just like when they first learned that the honored gods had passed away. When they talked about it, their hearts still felt empty. Now, only those who knew us long ago remember this incident. Yuan Ji and Qing Jun know about it. Little Qing Zi, he came a little later, so he doesn't know about it. Speaking of which, it was also from then on that the defense of the cities in the realm of the gods was increased in priority. When we worked together to deal with the group of outsiders who came to seek death, the defense of the cities in the realm of the gods was not neglected. This was something Hui Jun personally took care of. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Hui and said to everyone, "This is probably one of the important reasons why the divine title was named Guardian." Hui scratched his cheek and smiled helplessly. "Because I don't want this to happen again, so I wanted to do this." It was also from then on that the idea of integrating the power of the realm of the gods was completely formed. When everyone heard this, they could not help but sigh. What a sad history. Hui Jun was also a strong person. It was not easy for him to maintain a sunny and optimistic attitude after going through those things. Speaking of which, weren't they going to celebrate? Why did they talk about the sad past? Although it may not be good to talk about those things now, I still have to say, Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply and rolled her eyes. "That's why I told you not to leave at that time. If you had stayed and gotten married, nothing would have happened. There wouldn't have been that disaster, and there wouldn't have been any other problems." Hui rolled his eyes hard and did not back down. "Don't leave my ass. That day, you and I went through the aftermath together. You know how serious the situation was at that time. In addition, you were in a state of minor injuries. You didn't fight with others. If I stayed, didn't you rush to fight to the death? Besides, at that time, who knew that such a thing would happen in China, which had not been invaded by chaos. Yun Nuashing grimaced and rushed forward to slap the table. She stared at him condescendingly. Crazy! Am I more important, or is your wife more important? Bang! Hui Ting sprung up and glared at him. These are two different things. Two things. Both of you are very important to me. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and waved her hand vigorously. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about the you at that time. Between me and her. She was definitely more important. Equally important. Equally important. From the moment I saw you, I knew how important you were. It's not because you are an observer. It's not because you are as important to the realm of the gods as I am. It's because you are very important to me. Hui Lianqi slammed the table and shouted at him at the top of his lungs. It's been a long time. Even until now, more than 10 eras. Without you, I couldn't have held on at all. Do you know this? The words that were shouted at him made his face turn white and red. He looked stiffly at Hui, who was staring at him. He trembled and quickly retreated behind the little angel. His face was red, and he pointed at Hui with all his strength. He opened his mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. As for everyone, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. The teapot in Sui Qing's hand had fallen on the ice and rolled a few times. The whole place was silent. So, I've already had a tragedy once. I don't want another tragedy to happen. Hui slapped the table again, and the tea and teacups on the table bounced a few times. He put one hand on his waist and pointed at Feng, glaring with a ferocious look. Hurry up and take your girls to get married. All of them. Settle it all at once. Anyway, you won't let too many people come to your wedding. All the people who will come will be people you know and who are well aware of your affairs. Hurry up and go. Today is the day to celebrate. I'll arrange it for you right away. Isn't it just 1, 2, 3 for, this 7 or 8 people? I've seen 30 or 40 people. Didn't she just say that there were 20 people? That's nothing. If you have regrets, I'll swallow you alive. Pfft. You. Damn it, it's nothing. Swallow regrets. From the day she passed away, there were only 2 important things left for me. One of them is now complete. Now, the most important thing is your matter. Do you understand or not? Aye. How do I know if I understand or not? Everyone. It's over. Why is someone so weak? Speaking of which, can you 2 men not make this scene look like a confession? There's a pink atmosphere here. Hui hugged his arms and snorted. He knew that talking to someone was useless. Then he turned to the little angel, Siyu and Qing Huang. Little angel over there. Xiao Yu. Qing Huang. Shuang. Hold him down and get married. Are you going or not? Just say the word. Ah. Siyu was instantly stupefied by Blue Phoenix's words. Her beautiful face flushed red as she lowered her head and poked her index finger. After stuttering for a long time, she hurriedly grabbed Blue Phoenix and buried her face in her shoulder. I'm looking at Blue Phoenix. Everyone. What kind of magical answer was this? The little angel hesitated. She didn't need to answer if he asked her whether she wanted to or not. However, the source of her feelings came from her. Her performance also came from her. Even if Little Star had already differentiated them, even if she had differentiated herself from her, she still. This made her hesitate. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Hey, you shouldn't be asking me about this. Shut up. I'm depriving you of your answer. Shrink to the side. Oh, then he really shut up. He pulled the little angel's wings and curled his neck. Qing Huang and Shuang were suddenly stared at by everyone, but they were still calm. They looked at each other. Shuang smiled at Qing Huang and nodded. She blinked her pink Mei-Mao and looked at the inexplicably weak Little Star. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I can do it any time, but if Little Star feels troubled, a little. Yun Nuashing, hurriedly raised her hand and used her index finger and thumb to make a little gesture. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the atmosphere in the ice field become 1,000,000 times stranger. She hurriedly turned her head and saw Qing Huang and Shuang Shuang looking at her strangely. She hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's not that I don't want to, but yes, oh. Hui was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His hands were so tight that the veins on them were popping. He clenched his fists like an eagle's claws. His face was ferocious. Why are you hesitating? Are you trying to act out a youthful love drama? Wake up. You're already more than 10 years old. You're a mature creation of the source origin. Body, thoughts, spirit, soul, worldview. All of them are mature. You're a lunatic who didn't even hesitate to split the great Yuan realm. Not a stomach ache. What the F***CK are you hiding? My current thoughts and emotions if I go further. Yunuashing almost shrank her head into her clothes. She clenched the little angel's wings tightly. Her face was crimson. She gritted her teeth and stammered. Her eyes were evasive. Then, Hui was so angry that he took out the guardian's sacred sword and pointed it at her. I'll give you 5 seconds to say everything clearly. 5, 2, I can't F***king rush up and kill myself. Do you understand? The answer that he shouted with all his might made everyone's eyes widen. Their faces were full of confusion and confusion. They seemed to have understood, but not fully understood. The sacred sword in Hui's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He was dumbfounded. He stared at him blankly. Why did it have to be this answer? Looking at Feng's flushed face and trembling body, he seemed to have understood. No, it's the expected answer. You really, Feng, what do you want me to say? In any case, no one on the ice field was sober. The cold wind blew and the snowflakes fluttered. Their emotions were like watching the sky about to clear up only to be met with a sudden snowstorm. They were all confused by the stomach-aching atmosphere, especially when they heard the last words of a certain observer. They were so confused that it was as if their faces were covered with ice cubes. Hui heaved a long sigh of distress. Feng, who liked to use answers and established facts to write about his experiences, wrote down a question mark based on the unfinished business he had experienced here. It meant still undetermined, or it could also be a comma that meant unfinished business. Whether it was the upcoming decisive battle or his own life, it was the same. Everything that concerned him, still undetermined, would not leave a heavy mark on him. It was something that he could abandon without hesitation at the most decisive moment. He could let go of the part that he did not care about. Even if he lost something, it was only his own loss. Appropriate stimulation was like a rope. Although it also looked like a shackle, it could make Feng more resolute and crazy to a certain extent. But if he stepped into a higher level, still undetermined would become an established fact, and shackles could only be shackles. He would be dragged down by the shackles he put on himself. To put it simply, one's heart would soften, one would hesitate, and one would become weak. He would add a little bit of hesitation and hesitation into his state of abandoning everything and destroying everything. However, this was something that he didn't need. In that decisive battle, what he didn't need the most was hesitation and hesitation. This was not because he knew that his heart would soften, so he would be more determined. It was not so easy. Just like the self that Feng created at this time, it was the self that was most suitable for fighting without any hesitation, not the happy and beautiful self. That was something that was not needed. He could continue walking on the dark and resolute path of madness, as long as he did not mark his life journey with a mark that announced that he had reached a certain stage in his life. It was precisely because everything had not become reality that he could throw everything to the back of his mind without any hesitation and continue moving forward without any hesitation. That was why he could tear himself apart without hesitation and turn everything he had into a price in exchange for that ending. Anyway, it was awkward. The atmosphere was awkward all of a sudden. Right now, they urgently needed a big explosion to ease the atmosphere here. But it was a good idea, but reality was still very heavy. After waiting for a long time, they still did not hear any rumbling or crackling sounds. Hui was silent for a long time. He opened his mouth several times before he whispered, "Fomum? Sorry. Yun Nuashing also slowly calmed down. Her eyes contained a bit of bitterness as she looked at everyone who was looking at her. She looked at Little Angel, Siyu, Blue Phoenix, Shuang Shuang, and Yuan Ji. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. "This is a battle and a choice between me and myself. It is because of me. Right now, there is still no way for me to choose to come into contact with it. Right now, it is not over yet. I can't easily make a promise because long ago when I stepped on this path, I already understood. I can't leave a way out for myself." Right now, he could not say anything, and he could not respond to anything. Right now, he would still die without a doubt. It was not an idiotic reason, like sacrificing himself for the world. This was just a result that happened along the way while walking on this path. He had only made this choice for the ending and answer he hoped to see. Selfish fellow, this was only for himself. But right now he needed to do this. If he could not destroy himself and tear himself apart to take action for himself, he could not thicken his skin and say such hypocritical and false words like "for whom?" He did not know what kind of mentality the people in the stories who said, "After the battle is over, we will go back and get married before the end." But these words really did seem to be talking about himself, right? This made him even more afraid of the ending that was about to come. He would use his body to exchange for that ending, no matter where it led, so he could not bear any unnecessary things. Just this one thing, in order to reverse that ending, in order to end this shattered dream. So, sorry right now, he could not respond. He could not respond to anyone. Chapter 2057. Celebration. The promised celebration had been dug clean after digging up the history. It was ruined, nothing more. Now that he had calmed down, he should do what he should do. Speaking of which, did he really think that he had calmed down after talking about such a heavy topic? Although he didn't mind Maple mentioning this matter, the timing wasn't too appropriate. If only he didn't let it slip. Now that things had turned out like this, the celebration he wanted was gone, and Maple himself was depressed. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression, not knowing what to say or do. Oh, this wasn't fun. It was better to go deal with the power of origin. Seeing Hui clapping his hands and shrugging his shoulders, everyone came back to their senses. They looked at the sad and depressed observer and sighed. They gestured to him and left. Siyu and Blue Phoenix came up and said a few words. Suifeng patted him on the shoulder when he passed by, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He just sighed helplessly. Watching everyone run off to class, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He sat on the chair and covered his forehead with his hands. His face was full of worry. Great, I forgot what I wanted to do just now. Why did I have to bring up this old matter today? Now I've stabbed myself in the foot. With a 120,000 points headache and 300,000 points of distress. He knocked on his head twice, trying to get rid of the strange thoughts in his head. But when he caught a glimpse of the bouquet of flowers in his sight, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. God knows where Hui collected these flowers from. They had the aura of several worlds. They were pink and purple, and looked pretty when put together. He picked up the bouquet of flowers and looked at it for a while. Suddenly he saw golden embers and snowflakes floating beside him. He was stunned for a moment. When he looked up, he saw Little Angel and Shuang Shuang sitting on his left and right side. He didn't know what expression to put on. Theoretically, he should have said something that was quite outrageous, right? Kind of? Should be? He didn't know. He didn't have such an experience. You look worried. What are you thinking about? The Little Angel tilted her head and looked at him. She stroked his cheek and saw that he couldn't suppress the bitter expression on his face. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Do you care about what happened just now?" He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He should be the one asking the question. Why was he the one being asked? Because I know. She shrugged and spread her pure, white wings. She circled to the other side of him and used the tip of her wings to stroke his face. I've known your thoughts for a long time. I've always been in your soul. How could I not know? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly. I just didn't expect you to say it. I'm fine with it, but I can't guarantee that others will listen to it. In terms of probability, it was possible, but it was impossible to be completely unaffected. She didn't know what Siyu and Qing Huang were thinking now. Looking at Little Star, he probably had something to say, but he felt that there was no reason to say it. So he probably wanted to hold it in. However, this was an unavoidable problem for them. Even though she also felt that this matter was very embarrassing, she didn't expect Little Star to suddenly mention it at this time. Well, we forced him to say it. However, Siyu and Qing Huang also came over to say a few words to him before they left. So, it shouldn't affect him too much. As for Shuang, she was now using her little frosty fists to hit Little Star's chest. It seemed that it didn't affect her too much. Was this some kind of tacit understanding? Because she had been around him for a long time, she knew what kind of person he was. So, even if she heard this answer, she wasn't particularly surprised. He did not dwell on this topic for too long, which made Yun Nuoxing feel a little strange. Shuang used her small fists to hit him, but it made him turn his attention away. Soon, he put most of his attention back on the current business. By the way, Little Star, Shuang suddenly pulled him up. He also pulled the little angel up. The three of them walked to the corner of the manor together. When you fell asleep, we found something. I think you should see it for yourself. Me? See it for myself? As soon as Yun Nuoxing heard this, she had difficulty breathing and her heart raced. She began to sweat and shiver after just a few steps. In his memory, every time he encountered this kind of thing, he would be in big trouble. Every time there was no exception. It was just that it had to be divided into what kind of bad luck he was going to have. Was it something bad, or was it fatal? Or was it both? Shuang pulled him to a corner, made of more than a dozen pillars of different styles. There was a small mountain of junk there. The things on the ground were neatly arranged. They were not just thrown to the side casually. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but they were piled up into a small mountain. On the top of the hill, there was a ball the size of a wash basin. It had more than a dozen conical spikes and looked like a sea urchin. Its transparent blue texture made it look like it was made of ice crystals. Well, he felt that it was more like a meteor hammer. This thing could scare away passers-by on the street, and it looked particularly ferocious. It didn't look right on top of the junk pile. It looked like a cake tower, and there was even something on top of it to decorate it. Most people would put cherries on top of it, but this one was a durian, an unpeeled durian. Shuang carefully moved the meteor hammer the size of a wash basin down and put it in his hand. Yun Nuoxing held the two spikes and looked at it for a while. He looked at her curiously. What is this? I don't know. Shuang shook her head. She was also very curious. She stretched out her hand and poked the meteor hammer. It has been here for several years. We have tried all kinds of methods, but couldn't make it move. Well, I can only let you take a look. Generally speaking, this kind of statement did not do much other than make him more frightened. Yun Nuoxing turned it over and over for a while. His eyes flickered slightly. This thing had the breath of the origin energy. It was also related to them. But since they couldn't touch it, maybe he should try it in the conceptual space. After having a plan, he took the ball out of his heart and compared it for a while, under the nervous and curious gaze of the little angel and Shuang. He gently touched them together. Ding! The sudden movement and sound surprised the three of them. At the same time, a circle of invisible energy suddenly burst out from the ball in his hand and spread rapidly. The atmosphere changed dramatically in the next second. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to separate the two. It was also at this time The two suddenly disappeared from his hand. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at his empty hands, and then looked at the energy surging. It seemed that it was ushering in some kind of change in the space. He slowly switched to combat mode and looked around vigilantly. With them as the center, the space around them began to change. As the formless energy swept past, the icy space before them was slowly replaced with another space. However, as the new space gradually appeared in their sight, they all relaxed a little. The floating island, the trees with spirit, and the palace at the center. This was the continent of origin, so it was only natural. Land of origin? Shuang Shuang looked around and squatted down to try to touch the grass on the ground. However, her palm easily passed through the grass. There was no way to touch it. Is it an image? That thing should be a kind of information carrier. Yun Nuashing nodded to them. She looked into the distance and did not see Hui and the others suddenly appear. It seemed that the range of coverage was not very large. In their hands, anything can be used to record information. If necessary, I think they can even use that pot. The little angel and Shuang Shuang could not help but smile bitterly. But this thing is hidden very deep. It is a box that can only be opened with the power of the concept level space. Well, I have a bad feeling. God knows what they are hiding here. He looked around and casually took 2 steps out. The heart of the world and the meteor hammer were hidden in another space. Now, it was projecting this image to them. Well, it could also be that the projection changed the space and dragged them in. This place was located at the edge of the land of origin. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining brightly. The whole space was quiet and there was no sound at all. In terms of the authenticity of the projection, it was possible that there was really no one here. However, when there was no one in the land of origin, generally the projection they left behind would not be sloppy, except for the fertilizer last time. They walked around for a while. Before he could figure out when the projection might have been left behind, a figure suddenly appeared here. It made them widen their eyes. They could not help but emit hostility from their bodies. Their whole body surged with energy. The newcomer was just a black humanoid shadow. His body was emitting a dark cloud. His real appearance could not be seen. There was a thin layer of colorful energy barrier that would suddenly appear on his body every second. It was as if he had popped out to block something and then quickly dimmed. The defense is empty. As always, arrogant and conceited. A strange and low voice, like the sound of wind and thunder resonating. It was not clear whether it was a male or a female voice. As the words came out, the cloud around his body also surged. It looked around and muttered to itself in the original divine language. However, this was just a projection so they could understand. There's not much time. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly. His palm subconsciously clenched into the shape of an eagle's claw. The power of the source of origin surged and gathered in his palm. He now only had only one thought, and that was the moment the source of origin collapsed. He would sink this bastard into the source of origin and drown him. This kind of uncontrollable hostility was also something that he had not felt for a long time. The energy of the source of origin was restless. Even Shuang Shuang was staring at the person in front of her. The snow that was falling from her body was about to condense into an ice storm. A pair of glacial eyes were releasing a solid and deep blue light. The space around her was rapidly cooling down to a clear degree. He took a deep breath to disperse the surging energy in his body. He raised his hand to pull Shuang Shuang back to reality. It's just a projection. Don't be nervous. Shuang Shuang suddenly came back to her senses. She looked at the black shadow in front of her, puzzled. She then turned to look at Little Star. The movement of the source of origin just now was very strange. It was out of control, because I met some damn thing. Yun Nuashing looked at the black shadow in front of him, who seemed to be looking at something or waiting for something. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "When I met a dog that stabbed me in the back, how could I be happy? I didn't go berserk and strangle him on the spot because there were other reasons. Shuang Shuang and the little angel suddenly understood. It is. Yun Nuashing also nodded slightly. Although it was the first time he saw it, he immediately recognized it. To be able to make the source of origin violent to such an extent, other than the chaos concept bodies, only they could do it. And here, the chaos concept bodies obviously could not have rushed to the continent of origin before the end. It could only be there. It seemed that the resentment in their hearts was stronger than he thought. The movement of the chaos concept bodies was not as big as when they met them. Wait a minute, it should be the first time he saw it, right? Or was it the second time? Back then, in the scorched continent of origin, when he met her blood and saw the projection, he seemed to have seen a figure. Could it be them? Well, forget it. Let's not dwell on these things that even he himself could not remember. Now, let's take a look at the black shadow. It had already started to move. It was like a black shadow rushing towards the central palace. The three of them hurriedly followed. The black shadow man didn't touch anything here, not even the door. Instead, he chose to pass through it. Then, he quickly moved forward like an old horse that knew the way. Well, logically speaking, it did know this place. It led them around like they were walking in a maze. Previously, he didn't know that this white palace had such a complicated corridor. In the inner land of origin, he had walked around this palace, and it was definitely not this complicated. Maybe it was a hidden space or something like that. After more than 10 minutes, it suddenly stopped in an empty corridor. Then, it suddenly took a step back and suddenly flipped forward and crawled on the ground. Then it wriggled forward. After a while, it turned into a roller and rolled forward on the ground. In the end, its hands clenched tightly to the sky. It was not clear whether it was singing or roaring at the top of its voice. Yun Nuashing and the other two were speechless. This singing and dancing, what is it playing at? After tossing and turning here for a while, it suddenly slammed its palm on the ground, and a colorful light appeared on its body. Then, the huge corridor suddenly disappeared like an illusion, and was replaced by another scene, a spacious but empty hall. In the center of the hall was a bottomless shaft, which seemed to lead to the bottom of the land of origin. What a tiresome taste! It murmured in annoyance, letting Yun Nuashing and the others understand. It seemed that the series of things it had just done were the actions before entering. It didn't do it right, and still didn't allow it to enter. Hee, disgusting. It looked at the empty hall behind it, snorted coldly, and jumped into the big hole without leaving any protection. Yun Nuashing also jumped down with the two girls. Their heads fell down vertically. There's such a place here. The little angel held him with one hand and one wing, and the other hand pressed down on her fluttering hair. Have you heard them mention it? No, not at all. Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously and looked at the black shadow in front of him. His eyes flickered, and his battle instincts made him want to gather the power of the origin again and destroy the origin to flatten Yan. Perhaps at this moment, this place is already useless. I guess. They did not know how deep the shaft was. They fell vertically for 5 minutes before they reached the bottom. When they felt that they were almost in place, Yun Nuashing slowed down in advance with the two girls in his arms. Clang! The loud noise from the bottom of the well startled the three of them. They slowly landed on the ground and took a closer look. They saw that the black shadow was like an onion that had fallen upside down. Half of its body had sunk into the bottom of the well, and only 2 titan legs were still exposed. The three of them had a strange expression on their faces. Yun Nuashing sneered. You deserve it. If you didn't die from the crash, why didn't you just crash into a hole? After putting the 2 girls on the ground, the black shadow also struggled to get up. Looking at the 1-meter deep hole in front of it, it was silent for a while, and then it made a sound that sounded like it was gnashing its teeth. It stood there in silence for a while, and then reluctantly tidied up the debris around it and poured it into the hole. Then it waved its hand to restore the hole. Only then did it continue to move forward. It seems to be very afraid of causing a commotion and leaving traces, Shuang Shuang whispered. Yun Nuashing nodded in response. Yes, I can see that. After all, it is an infiltration. Even if the origin, heavenly god, and the others are fighting and not at home. Even if it completely erased its aura by relying on the energy of the chaotic concept body and their creations, it would not dare to leave any trace behind. I think it might have even restrained its energy sensing. Otherwise, it would not have sunk into the ground just now. The bottom of the well was a spacious space. There was only one passageway, and the entire passageway was made from colorful energy crystals. Energy light flashed in an orderly manner, and it was as if energy ripples were splashing around the passageway. The energy ripples constantly slid across the floor and walls, and wherever the ripples passed, they would be densely packed with origin divine runes. They were so densely packed that not a single inch of space was left untouched. It was obvious that this place was used to seal something, and that was why it had such a ridiculous defense. He was all too familiar with this, and he could guess what was going on behind it. The thing sealed in this place was definitely something fatal, or it wouldn't have been made into such a high-grade box. Ah, yes, this was a box. He knew what this place was for when he saw the runes. He should take this opportunity to take a look and learn a thing or two. Who knows, it might come in handy. He didn't know much about how to use the origin runes. He knew 2 or 3 simple ones, but he could only use the flow of energy to get a general idea of what was going on, or he couldn't understand anything at all. For example, the runes in the Fortress of Origin and the ones in front of him. Even though he knew that this was a box, he couldn't replicate them unless he moved this place away and copied them inch by inch. Otherwise, he couldn't do it. As they continued to go deeper into the passage, they could gradually feel that the origin energy was getting denser. A colorful shimmer appeared in front of their eyes. The light was so dense that it seemed to be able to take on various forms and reflect some things through the airdrop. Just by taking 2 steps here, they were already energized. That was because the origin energy had stimulated their spirits. Taking 1 step, they would be energized. Taking 2 steps, they would be energized. Taking another step, they would be energized. But looking at the shadowy figure in front of them, it was not in such a good state. Since it appeared in the continent of origin, the barrier had appeared every second. Now, it had to appear constantly to prevent it from being affected by the origin energy. That darn thing had the power of chaos and dared to come to this place. What dense origin energy! Shuang Shuang took a deep breath and felt refreshed. She even felt that the energy here could cause her origin energy to change slightly. She quickly explained this phenomenon to Little Star. Oh, that's the traction effect. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and gathered a cluster of energy. She nodded at Shuang Shuang. Actually, you have the same effect when you hang beside me. However, the origin energy here was left by the heavenly god of origin and the others. For you, the difference is greater, so it's more obvious. Projection. We can be affected by the energy here. Why don't we bring some of the energy out? Although it's just energy leaking out from the walls of the box, it's still useful. Shuang Shuang, lass, help us bring some of the energy out. Bring as much as you can before we go. The 2 girls could not help but smile bitterly. Had they gone all out to the point where not even a blade of grass grew? They would not even let go of the energy from the projection. After walking for more than 10 minutes in the passage, filled with rich origin energy, they followed the shadowy figure to the end of the space. It was a square space, like a hall made of crystal. The energy in the hall was so dense that it slowed down its movements. And there were more things in this place besides the origin energy. Divine runes, energy threads, and energy patterns emerged from anywhere in the hall and spread to many places in the hall. Looking closely at the 3 things, they intertwined and intersected from time to time in the air, as if they were weaving into something in the air. There were spirals, spheres, and traces of other strange shapes. There were also patterns of different sizes. It was as if they had walked into an ocean of pictures. They were surrounded by all kinds of patterns from top to bottom, left to right, and were dazzling. They reached out to touch the things that were weaving in the air, but they did not feel like they were touching anything. This is... Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly widened. He stretched out his hands and gestured at the things in the hall. He kept changing his position and then looked carefully. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized. This whole hall is woven into a huge magic circle. The little angel understood. Is it the three-dimensional magic circle like when I was young? Yun Nuashing nodded gently in response. This is the magic circle they left behind, and it's obviously more. The three of them turned their heads and looked at the room. They were silent for a while. Damn it, there was everything in this magic circle. He did not know what to say. Anyway, it's more advanced. It's a field that I can't touch. It seems that I have to find time to learn it with when I was young. Let's memorize the things here first. While he was busy recording the three-dimensional magic circle, he did not forget to glare at the shadowy figure from the corner of his eye. Unlike them, the shadowy figure could swim freely in the hall filled with origin energy. Just by standing at the door, the shadowy figure's movements were already sluggish, and it was difficult for it to walk further in. It had to carefully hold the layer of energy barrier to squeeze in little by little. The shadowy figure here was so thick that it was like a balloon filled with air. Every inch of space was resisting its entry. It had to push hard to push the energy away and force a way in. Oh, right, there were a few times when they saw it raise its hand to do something, but after thinking about it, it put its hand down again and stomped its feet angrily on the road. This kind of situation where it wanted to do something, but was afraid of something, and couldn't do it made them laugh sinisterly. It had better kill itself here. Other than the dense magic circles in the hall, there was only one thing worth noting in the center. It was a square platform, 2 meters square. On the platform, there was a colorful crystal pillar suspended half a foot above the ground. The diameter was only about 1 foot, and the height was 1.5 meters. The top of the pillar was shaped like 2 palms. 2 wings. Well, it was not. In short, it was something that was hugging and hugging each other. As for the shape, it looked like fins. Yes, it looked a bit like 2 fins, but they were elongated and looked a bit like palms and wings. After he finished recording the magic circles here, he walked to the pillar with Frost and the little angel and circled around the pillar. The 3 of them looked down at the top of the pillar. The position where the 2 fins hugged each other looked like a platform for holding something, but it was empty. They did not know if there was nothing there in the first place or if there was nothing there. The projection was still going on. The shadowy figure spent a lot of effort, and it took a long time to crawl to the bottom of the platform. Then, it stood up with difficulty and stepped on the steps. It struggled to withstand the pressure, and with a flip of its right hand, something that looked like a stick and a long nail appeared in its hand. The chaotic energy around it was unusually strong. If it were not for the cover that blocked the chaotic energy, the origin energy here would have probably pounced on it. It gritted its teeth and used its throat to let out a roar. It rushed to the back of the pillar in 2 or 3 steps, where they were looking at the pillar. Then, with a loud roar, it raised the long nail in its hand and aimed at the top of the pillar with all its might. It's gone! How can it be? Its movements stopped in an instant. Its frightened voice spread throughout the hall. It was suddenly hit and relaxed for a moment. In just a moment, it was bounced back by the thick origin energy here. It hit the wall of the hall and fell to the ground. It was like a flattened shrimp, and it could not stand up for a long time. Yun Nuashing glanced at it, and then set his eyes on the pillar. He clenched his hand into a fist and placed it on the top of the pillar. Well, the size was just right. It seems that there was something here that made it risk its life to come to this place and destroy it. Looking at the shadowy figure, he really wanted to blow it up. But the god of origin and the others might have put it away long ago. Even if they did, they didn't put this place away. How evil! No, they did it well. It lay on the ground for a long time before it stood up. It pressed its chest and panted for a while. Suddenly, its body trembled as if it had sensed something. It hurriedly put away the weapon in its hand and ran out with all its strength. Damn it! Damn it! Damn Origin! This is not over yet! It's not over yet! It roared angrily and rushed out of here. Yun Nuashing and the others thought for a while and were about to rush out after it. The scene around them began to distort and shake and faded little by little. After a few seconds, the scene returned to normal. The snowy ice field appeared in front of them. He was still holding the meteor hammer in his hand. The running and jumping just now seemed to have happened in another space. Tossing the thing in his hand, he gradually understood that should be the situation recorded by the continent of Origin itself. Back then, well, although he was looking forward to the situation where it did not run away, in fact, it might have run away. As for the time when the god of Origin was not at home, and when no one was guarding the continent of Origin, he had almost figured it out. It could only happen near the end of the era. But what was it trying to destroy? Chapter 2058. He was a little curious about the things that existed under the continent of Origin, but it seemed like he was making a mountain out of a molehill just to find them. Besides, he still had not found the correct way to enter the continent of Origin. Even so, he still had other ways to see what was going on. Since they said that the continent of Origin was completely copied from the continent of Origin, it should have the same layout. Without thinking much, he took out the mirror image and walked towards the palace with his little angel and Frost. He walked around the palace along the route that he had just taken. But unfortunately, they were stuck halfway. Well, this was expected. They were stopped before they reached the place where the shadowy figure was singing and dancing. Originally, there should be a turning passage here, but now there was a wall in front of them. Moreover, after searching around, they didn't find any mechanism or hidden space. If there was no accident, they should be stuck here. They didn't know if the mirror image didn't get that thing out, or if that place couldn't be created through the mirror image, but was a special space. A special space, and it should have existed for a long time. If his speculation was not wrong, when the shadowy figure sneaked into the continent of Origin, it should be the last one or two. No, it should be the last era, the 39th era. At that time, a part of the heavenly gods of Origin had fallen, and the rest were still fighting in the void. The battlefield had not spread to the continent of Origin yet, and they had already prepared maybe all the escape routes. In that case, the continent of Origin would be emptied. Without them, the continent of Origin would be just an empty shell, meaningless. Only under such circumstances, the shadowy figure could sneak into the continent of Origin. Even so, it might still be caught in the end. The space that they had just entered had a complete set of 147 types of Origin energy. Then, whatever was placed there could not have appeared in the later period, because the people in the later period were no longer there. He did not know what was placed there. Perhaps it was a seal, like the seal about them. No, that was the last thing that appeared, and it was far from that time. And it seemed that she had completed the seal and destruction of them alone. Was it her alone? Oh, he was not sure. It should be something that happened earlier, and it was in the continent of Origin, and something that needed to be heavily guarded. What could it be? He could not figure it out, and there were no more clues. They had left too many arrangements, but the answer could be categorized into two categories: something against order or chaos, and all of them were related to the war between order and chaos. If it was not related to this matter, it would not be worth the effort to deal with it. He seemed to have said something nonsense. That shadowy figure seemed to know about that thing. Well, it was strange. Under what conditions and under what circumstances did them who used to be order know about that thing? And why did they take the risk to go deep in and destroy it after they turned into chaos in the future? Even though the thing was not there in the end. The heavenly gods of Origin, right? A bunch of guys who were more than 300 eras old. The heavenly gods of Origin were still the heavenly gods of Origin. And this naughty child who caused trouble was still too naive and innocent in front of them. Forget it. Let's put this topic aside for now. I probably won't be able to explain it in a short period of time anyway. When I go in again someday, I'll just mention it when I remember it. If I don't remember it, then. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, if the timing is coincidental, he should know about it. He just had to be mentally prepared to be shocked by this news or die on the spot. Let's put this matter aside and return to the state of combat readiness. Now, what was he going to do? Oh, he was going to take a look at the staff of origin and the staff of creation. He told the two girls and floated away, but they also followed him. Little Angel was a pendant that was bound to him. As for Shuang Shuang, the only thing she could do now was to wait for the time to break through to the higher order or to tidy up the large pile of origin junk. She simply chose the first path and hung herself on him as a pendant. Speaking of which, she was indeed a life form of origin. Hui and the others were still busy readjusting the origin energy because they had just broken through a seal. Shuang Shuang, who had broken through the seal at about the same time, said that she had finished everything. He suddenly felt that the reason why there were so few life forms of origin was probably not only because the conditions for their birth were so harsh, but also because they were too out of the norm, so they could not appear in large numbers. Otherwise, it would be very disturbing. Oh, it was Hui and the others who were disturbed. He did not care. Yes, he did not care at all. He was just a cricket at the pinnacle of origin. What right did he have to talk about the Yuansha realm? Speaking of the staff of origin and the staff of creation, they had been placed on the ice sheet like two towers. He had carved a lot of things into their structural cores. It took him 4,000 years of work, but there was no change in their appearance after the recasting. When he reached out and touched them, he could feel the obvious difference. It seemed that he could use them more smoothly. Suddenly, he remembered that it was not easy to use the Netherworld Ruins sword in the beginning. According to the analysis of the situation, when he needed to use them, he should be able to use them with full power, maybe. As for using 100% of the power of the staff of creation and the staff of origin, he did not know. It was hard to say unless he tried it now. Although in his current state, even if he did not use his full power, he could still hang himself in the sanctuary of creation. Even if these two things had been adjusted, the user would still have to bear a lot of burden. He could not bear it at all in his current state. He just thought about it and said it out loud. Unsurprisingly, in less than half a second, he was stopped by the little angel and Shuang Shuang. Looking at the two girls' expressions, it was definitely if you dare to try it in this situation. They omitted hundreds of thousands of words. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing for him. He repeatedly emphasized that he was just imagining and making rough calculations, and did not really have such a plan. Only then did Shuang Shuang let go. Half of his body, her two hands were still wrapped around his left arm, and her pretty face had an expression of supervision and care. This was definitely an overreaction, and this time he really became a pendant. Charging these two things was still a problem. They were now in a state of no energy, and the remaining energy in the original parts had been completely used up after a series of events after being pieced back together. As for the incident where he was picking up trash 1 second and was forced to block the cannon hole the next second, that part was actually due to structural damage and the energy released by the rules of the structure. After all, the creation itself was an energy bomb that could be detonated when thrown out. They did not have the method of being charged and directly dragged into battlefield. An internal core could not hold that energy for a long time. It was also not like an energy tower, which was divided into two parts, one of which was the energy source. The only way to use the staff of origin and staff of creation was to recharge them on the spot to support their attacks. The reason for this was very simple. The heavenly god of origin and the others had destroyed the other parts of the staff of creation in order to maximize their attack power. After all, they were the ones using the staff of creation and staff of creation, so they did not have to worry about recharging the staff of creation and staff of creation. With their strength, recharging the staff of creation and staff of creation would only take 1 or 2 seconds. Speaking of time, did he need to use the power of the alarm clock? Although he was very tempted by the fact that it did not require charging time, but Would it be a problem if he used that power on the staff of origin and the staff of creation? If he could not control the situation and accelerated the two things to full energy, he would be dead in an instant. Let's put this dangerous thought aside for now. Anyway, it was giving him a headache. The current situation was that he had found 2 auxiliary torches that could turn the night into day, but he couldn't find a fire source that was strong enough. It was just a simple understanding. There was no need to delve into it. Speaking of tinder. No. Speaking of the energy source, the sea of energy, he had not actually checked the sea of energy over the past 4,000 years. Firstly, he was too busy to go, and secondly, even when he was free later on, Qingyu would not let him check it out with the excuse of being overworked. Still, he had his own arrangements, so he was not in a hurry to check the sea of energy. Come to think of it, after 4,000 years, there seemed to have been several batches of energy sources thrown in. The sea of energy was still surging rapidly, and the waves were getting higher and higher. It had already recovered to the surging state many years ago before it was used as a hotbed for other trump cards. Moreover, because the source of the structure had been adjusted several times, the energy it emitted was even more powerful. If he pressed Hui in, he should be able to drown him. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk. He had precisely guided the world light that was forged from the sea of energy into a massive energy source. From its current state, it should be of a higher level than the weakened energy source, which could now be used as a measurement unit since it could be mass-produced. As for the world light he made himself, no one apart from himself could touch it. Although there would be many of them in the later stages, other people's souls were not like his soul that had been tormented into bizarre, distorted, and abnormal forms and could not fit many. It was better to adjust and control the world light with precision, since it would be inappropriate to use too many of others, and accidents could easily happen. The evolution of the world balls of light would still take some time, and he did not know how perfect they would be in the end. When the time came, would he be able to throw a bunch of world balls of light over and drown the netherworld, chaotic concept entity? He was daydreaming crazy. He should stop thinking about such unrealistic things. Speaking of which, he had to adjust the energy source. Now that he had received the illumination of the source law and had even completed the origin energy, it was time to adjust some important things from the beginning to the end. The adjustment method of the energy source was similar to the situation of the staff of origin. After all, he could not change the structure of the staff of origin, so he could only add something on the surface. That being said, if he just roughly carved the origin rune on the surface, he would only be able to bring out a relatively shallow effect. Although in the current situation, it was still better than nothing. Why didn't he ask her about how to use the origin rune when he was in the continent of origin? Why didn't he think of this matter? He did not know if there would be a chance. Dealing with the energy source was not as complicated and troublesome as dealing with the staff of origin. With the help of the little angel and Frost, it only took him 2 days to complete it. After that, he threw it to the Order Warrior, who was in charge of logistics in the Creator's room, and he knew what to do. As for the large pile of energy sources that had been born before, well, since the quantity was not that large anyway, it was fine to melt them all. There was no need to resonate with the Creator's room, to update them. Should I take a look at the coordination between the energy source and the energy tower that had been adjusted? Forget it, there should be no problem. He had already upgraded the energy tower to its relative limit, and if he wanted to upgrade it any further, it would cause the number of users to drop, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Well, no. It was better to try this out. If the energy tower and the energy source did not work well together, wouldn't it be over? Retrieving the energy source that had been recorded in the Creator's room and the Holy Temple of Origins, he looked for energy towers of different levels to test it out. The result was as he thought. There was more or less a problem. The level 3 energy towers can't hold it at all. The level 2 energy towers can, but their lifespan will be greatly reduced. The only ones that can hold it up are the level 1 energy towers, which are basically unaffected. Frost said as she ran to him after looking around at the two pillars that were smoking. After all, the level 1 energy towers were almost upgraded to their limit, the limit of mass production. The level 2 and level 3 energy towers would definitely not be able to be upgraded to their maximum capacity to cope with the different tiers of everyone, or they would all be level 1. I've just adjusted the energy towers a few thousand years ago. I can't just adjust them again. He held his forehead in distress, looking at the level 3 energy towers that had been reduced to fragments, and sighed. But there's actually no need to adjust them. Instead of adjusting them, it would be better to switch to level 1 energy towers. But not everyone's tier could keep up. What should we do? Little Angel and Frost looked at each other, feeling a little helpless. Little Star was determined to put the energy source on the energy towers, but there was no better way at the moment. The structure of the energy towers and the tier of the users could not be adjusted at will. Risking their lives to upgrade the structure of the energy towers would only lead to the situation that he was having a headache over dealing with the two staffs. The users' tier could not keep up, the burden would be too great, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Little Angel looked at the two staffs that were hanging in the sky, recalling the situation, and poked his face. How about installing a plug-in for the energy towers? Well, I've thought about it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. But I don't know how to do it. If we randomly install a plug-in, the energy towers will become bloated and bloated if we don't adjust them properly. When that happens, the power of the towers will increase, and the burden on the users will increase as well. It's better to just switch to level 1. At least it's more stable. He let out a long sigh, scratched his head, and looked at the concept space. He could not help but mutter, "We can only see if Siyu can come up with any special ideas. Before that, I'll make a draft and see how things go. I'll spend some time to pave the way for her." In fact, there were only a few things that needed to be dealt with, but they were now in a situation where they were stuck at a bottleneck. No matter how much they said, they might not be able to break through this hurdle. If they could not find the right conditions and ideas, they would be stuck here for tens of millions of years, let alone thousands of years. So they could only hope that before the time came, the average tier of the Order Warriors could be raised a little. If they could all use level 1 energy towers, then there would be no need to worry about these things. Phew! After talking about the attack of Order, he still had to worry about the defense against the power of chaos. The general defense of the realm of Order would be managed by the current highest level of Order creation, the Fortress of Origin. So, there was basically no need to adjust the realm of Order. He only needed to worry about how to create the realm of the Fortress of Origin. Now that the adjustment of the energy source was done, all that was left was the energy source world. This would have to wait a little longer. He would have to wait until he could transform the power of Origin to a higher level and have a better grasp of it. Until then, he could only wait patiently. Aside from the general defense, he still had to put on layers upon layers of defense. Damn it! He had never been so worried about defense before. This was a special situation among special situations. Just dealing with the underworld would not take so much effort, but dealing with the concept of chaos, damn it, that damn thing would definitely come for him. It would ramble on about, "You're interesting, oh, chaos above, that Origin is worth fighting. Don't disappoint me," as it madly poured its power on him. In other words, he had to be responsible for fighting with his life, and when the time came, he would have to tank. Because he had 196 types of Origin energy. Theoretically speaking, he would be the most able to tank against the concept of chaos, so he had to be responsible for defense as well. Well, in the end, the concept of chaos was specifically targeted at him. He did not believe it when he said that the inheritors were miserable, but as an executor, he was even more unlucky. Just the word executor hanging above his head made him experience the feeling of the death omen star shining above his head in advance. He did not know how good the primal chaos concept body was in other aspects, but the primal chaos domain, which had been mentioned 1,000,000,000,000 times, was definitely a huge problem. Just relying on general defense was not enough. and he had to do his best to figure out the origin domain. However, based on the current situation, his origin domain, which was at the pinnacle of origin, well, it was still unknown how effective it would be. They had to use other methods, and they needed more ways to deal with it. Little star, wait for me for a while. Shuang Shuang pulled him and whispered, when I'm a higher tier, I have a way to reduce the effect of the chaos corruption. Well, don't worry, it's not that, Mark. Yun Nuashing looked at the girl and tilted his head. Is it the one you mentioned last time? Seeing Shuang Shuang nod her head, he was also very curious. However, this girl was deliberately holding back now, so he would not ask first. He listed this as one of the methods, and then he still needed more methods. Other people's premier domain could not be of use. Even Hui should not be able to. Then what other methods were there? Concept, level space. He suddenly muttered softly and turned his head to look at the space in the distance. The two girls were startled and looked at each other in dismay. Theoretically speaking, that layer of space should also have defensive capabilities, right? I can't think of anything else for now. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked up at the star sector in the observer space. From now on, we'll just have to take one step at a time. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Then, let time enter the torrent of acceleration across. Shuang Shuang and the little angel dragged him out of the observer dimension. The two girls mumbled as they dragged him out. You've just woken up and you're already so busy. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Let's talk about it when you're feeling better. Yun Nuashing said. I feel that I'm quite pushed you away. I feel that I'm not in a good state. Well, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and shed tears. Was there such a way to threaten people these days? It was night time in Node Zero City. A silver moon hung high in the sky. Without adding something, it was impossible to tell whether it was night or not. Darkness was equivalent to returning to the void. The front line of the void was setting off endless fireworks as usual. The scenery was unchanged. I don't know what to say. Let's not talk about that side. Speaking of which, I haven't fought for a long time. Sigh, I've been cooped up in the observer space all day long, doing research on all kinds of things as if I've become a logistician. I wonder if I won't be able to lift a sword when the time comes. Probably not. Right now, the number of people in Node Zero City was moderate, so it wouldn't be crowded or empty. They were currently strolling around the bustling streets. There were people walking to and fro on the streets, and there were all kinds of shops from, those shops selling food and entertainment. These were all set up by a group of order warriors who had the intention to have fun. It wasn't a big deal since everyone wanted to relax. Didn't I just hear about it a few years ago? Something about the importance of rest and whatnot. Who would go crazy after staying up for 5 eras? Ugh, my ears are itching again. They did not hide or activate cognitive blur. The order warriors of the Node Zero City were surprised to see their Lord Observer out for a stroll. They were very excited and came closer to greet him. Lord Maple, you're so free today. Lord Maple, are you out on a date? Lord Maple, you're finally willing to rest. Lord Maple, did you just wake up? Lord Maple, did you cause an explosion? Just forget it. Let's not talk about it. Little Angel and Frost were about to faint from holding back their laughter. After walking through the streets, they came to a place that was not too bustling. After taking a few turns, they did not expect to see a garden full of flowers and trees. The last time they came out for a stroll, they did not see this thing. Oh, actually, he did not even finish walking through Node Zero City. God knows if there would be something even stranger appearing in some corner. In the garden, there was a small pool from afar. When they got closer, they saw the exaggerated size of the lake. At first glance, they could tell that it was an expansion of space. There was a small shop by the lakeside that did not seem to match the garden. It looked like it was selling snacks. There were quite a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 20 sets of tables and chairs. There were quite a lot of people sitting there. The moonlight and the fluttering petals scattered on the lakeside and everyone's table. It made the space linger with a comfortable and peaceful atmosphere. Under the moonlight and flowers, there was good wine and food. It was natural. Wait a minute. Why do some of the people here seem to be the deputy commander or chief commander of each node? Master Feng, why are you here? Just as she pulled the two maidservants along, they heard a sound. The three of them immediately turned their heads and saw I Ching hurriedly press on the table and stand up. She waved her hand at them. This, burp! Everyone. It's over. I Ching's image has been destroyed. I Ching grimaced and covered his face with his hands. His ears were red. I shouldn't have drunk that cup. Everyone looked at the wine jars and bottles piled up at his feet, and all of them cursed in their hearts. That's not what you said just now. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and waved his hand at everyone who was about to stand up and salute. Just as he was about to walk over, a tall and slender, white-haired figure, sitting at the table next to I Ching, suddenly stood up. Like a gust of wind, she turned around and threw herself into his arms. She used all her strength to rub her face against his chest. After a while, she smiled and greeted, Big Brother Feng. You're here too? Yun Nuashing patted Yao Guang's head and looked at the group of people. As expected, there were many high-ranking officials gathered here. What are you all doing here? Yao Guang pulled them to sit down and made a pot of tea. I Ching moved closer and said, Actually, burp! You should sober up first. Little Qingzi blushed and quickly jumped into the lake to wash his face. After shaking off the water on his body, he came back with a bitter smile and scratched his head embarrassedly. Actually, I observed something in the void. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. She crossed her hands and put them on her nose. Her face was gloomy and serious. Speak. I'm listening. What kind of stupid thing is it? How much firepower do you need? You want me to suppress it? Ouch. Little Angel knocked him on the head, interrupting him. Everyone sitting there couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard this. Lord Feng's aura is so serious. Shuang Shuang poked his face and couldn't help but whisper, It's not easy to come out and relax. Can you not think about these things? Everyone. It's over. This situation is not good. How did Master Feng come out to rest? Ahem. I Ching coughed and picked a cup of tea from the many cups on the table. He took a sip and calmly explained, Actually, it's not a particularly important thing for the time being. You can see that we are admiring the flowers and the moon at the same time. If it's really important, I would have been looking for you in the observer dimension. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and then relaxed. That's true. So what happened? Little Qing shrugged. The anomaly in the void is only found in the upper realm, but the information from the lower and middle realms should be coming back soon. There's no hurry. Chapter 2059. It was quite miraculous to see a large group of high-ranking officials and little Qingzi wandering around the void frontline. This model worker of the void frontline would often wander around the frontline. Sometimes he would be seen on the tower 1 second, and 2 minutes later he would be seen in the logistics department. He could also be in the frontline realm of order, or strolling around the frontline world like a patrol. It looked like he was running around, but in fact he was checking in at a fixed time every day, patrolling and dealing with some matters on time. Yes, it was probably unnecessary checking in, but since it existed, there should be a reason for it. So, when he was in charge, he also checked in regularly for more than 100 years. All trivial matters in the void frontline were left to little Qingzi, while the others were in charge of risking their lives. Well, it sounded like a bully, but that was the right reason. Needless to say, he was an extraordinarily troublemaker, a leader of the front lines, and was not suited for management. Heaven knows how he managed newcomers over 100 years ago while pinching his nose and choking his neck without incident. Hui was originally suited for such tasks, but he was unfortunately chosen as the heir, just as Yuan Ji and Lady Green. They needed an unusual amount of time and effort to cope with the power of the origin. Looking at this period of time, he was dizzy from working himself to the point where he could even leave the house with dark circles under his eyes. Then, the rest could only be left to little Qingzi. It could only be said that everyone did their own thing. Everyone was used to it, and little Qingzi himself did not seem to complain about taking all the trivial matters of the void frontline. Whenever the kid pretended to faint for a while, he knew that the kid could not take it and would ask for help, but he never did. Well, little Qingzi was not a reckless person. He arranged everything well and did not need to be personally involved in everything. Although he was a model worker, he was not to the extent of overworking, so there should be no need for him to worry. Speaking of which, what did he hear when he sat down? What was he thinking? He couldn't take it anymore. His mind was drifting while he was waiting. Shuang Shuang's hand that was pinching his waist was already exerting a little force. He had to quickly divert his attention before this girl pinched him in public and sent him flying. Oh, is that so? The situation is, as I thought just now. See the end? That shouldn't be a conceptually infinite thing, no. An end and not a source, is it? Just as he was about to divert his attention, little Qingzi held the teacup and nodded, talking to himself. The others who heard him put down the tea, wine, and food in their hands and pricked up their ears. The extent of the spread. Well, let's continue to investigate. Be careful when you come into contact with it, and report back immediately if you find anything. When little Qingzi finished talking to himself, he raised his head and shrugged. The information came back. What the hell is going on? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. What she said just now sounded strange. She couldn't piece it together even if she picked up bits and pieces of information. Yi Qing drank a cup of tea and organized his words for a while. Suddenly he turned to Yao Guang and said, "The cause was a few years ago." Yao Guang accidentally came into contact with something when he was wandering in the void. Yun Nuashing turned his head and saw Yao Guang sitting opposite him. He grinned at him and explained, let me tell you. I was wandering in the deep void between the upper plane and the middle plane. I went to a void region that had not been explored. Just as I was about to use the energy tower to set up a beacon, something suddenly rushed out from above." When the girl said this, she showed a strange expression. She seemed to have a deep impression of it. Well, I can't tell what it was. It was white and seemed to be mixed with something. It had a little metallic texture. I sensed that it was very large, a little like a huge, white, snake-like thing. It could also be a tree root, but it seemed that only the place I saw was a little round. The other places were not quite the same. I'll take it. Little Qing coughed dryly and caught their confused and thoughtful gazes. We left a beacon and knowed at the place where Yao Guang found that thing. We followed the direction above, the direction of the shallow void. We found that the thing had passed through layers of the void to reach the deeper level. But except for the place where it was round at first, it was only a thin layer in other places. Judging from the senses, there was no thickness. Perhaps the thickness was about the same as a piece of paper, a little like a ribbon, but more like a crack in the void. We could only see its wide side facing us. So, based on the characteristics of its shape, I called it the Great Crack. After all, from the senses, it was really big. It was the same size no matter where you looked from within a certain range. But once you go beyond a certain distance, its size would change with the distance. The Great Fissure is rooted in the deeper layers of the void. It seems to move irregularly. Yao Guang happened to run into one of its activities and saw it passing through the layers of the void. As far as we know, it has passed through 7 layers of the void and is still far away from the shallow layer. So it won't affect us. We've sent people to explore the whole picture of the Great Crack and have gone very far. Most of the places where it appears are in void regions that we haven't come into contact with before. Therefore, following it, we found a lot of void regions that we haven't come into contact with before. We saw it in all 3 planes, but most of the newly discovered places had nothing. The intelligence we just received is about the middle and lower planes, where we also saw this thing of unknown significance. So far, we found a few ends. Perhaps the furthest end would be more accurate, like what Yao Guang saw, the round one that looked like a snake or a tree root. That should be the furthest end of the Great Crack, the part of the Great Crack that is still active. As for the source, we haven't found it yet. A lot of information from little Qingzi made him confused and felt very strange. It was not that he could not understand what little Qingzi said, but he did not know what the big crack little Qingzi mentioned was. In his impression, there was no such strange thing in the void. The big crack covered 3 regions and penetrated nearly 7 layers at the bottom. It was still active and mostly appeared in the void regions that they had never been to. It seemed that no useful conclusion could be drawn from this information. In most cases, the unknown things that appeared in the void could be treated as some kind of activity of the void. The activity of the void itself was the most likely to cause some kind of change in itself. Things that they could not understand and could not figure out, even if they scratched their heads, were probably just shivering and sneezing to the void as if it had caught a cold. That was more or less what it meant. Although the void's cold would cause a huge commotion, and there was no guarantee that a sneeze would cause 3 to 5 void regions to quake. Have you actually come into contact with that thing? That's right, show me an image. Image. Qingzi took out a crystal ball from his pocket and put it on the table, projecting the image that he touched in the void into the air. I have tried to touch it, but there was no response. And that thing, well, you have to get very close to it to see it. Like I said just now, its size is the same when you look at it from a certain distance. Only when you move very far away or very close to it can you see its size change. Although my senses can touch that thing, I still have to touch the wall if I want to approach it. Furthermore, that thing is actually, it's untouchable. It's like a strange curtain of light or shadow. I don't feel anything when I pass through it. There's no feeling of touching anything. The furthest round part is the same, except that it's a little thicker. Yun Nuashing stared at the thing in the image. It was a belt of light that extended from left to right. Its direction was determined by the flow of light on its surface. It was white and had a metallic texture like a ribbon. Judging from the jagged edges, it did feel like a big fissure. A big fissure across the void. Well, it was something that he had never seen before. That was normal. There were many things in the void that he had never seen before. But something that could cause an anomaly in such a large area, he could not think of anything. His eyes narrowed slightly and a colorful light flashed. The image that little green child brought back was a real engraving of a period of time, so he could observe it directly, but it would not affect both sides. He stared at the big crack, and the origin energy was slightly surging. He stared, his vision was changing, as if something was moving inside. Was it energy? Or was it something strange? After his vision changed, he could see the rapid flow of the light more clearly. The light belt in the shape of the big fissure seemed to have become a flowing river or a falling waterfall with great force. There was something between it and the void that could be detected from the traces, but he could not tell if there was a direct connection between it and the void. The void seemed to be, how should he put it? It was like a distorted light. The void near the big fissure showed signs of being pulled over. Collapse. That's right. The existence of the big fissure caused the void to collapse and shift a part of it. Well, it was troublesome, but he couldn't just leave it be. He had to be extra careful when dealing with abnormal movements in the void. If it was just a small phenomenon in a small area, it would be fine. It could be something that happened in a small area, such as a natural void activity, a void disaster, and so on. However, if it involved such a large area of abnormalities in the upper planes, it was easy for him to associate it with some bad things, such as the void turbulence. But logically speaking, the void turbulence was only a premonition, and it wouldn't affect the upper planes. The little girl also didn't mention it to him, so it might have nothing to do with the void turbulence. As his thoughts accelerated, he also mobilized more origin energy and stared at the white, big fissure. It was also at this moment that something seemed to appear in his vision. It was white like a thunderbolt, and the thunderbolts were condensing, changing, as if it was gradually gathering into a ball, and then exploded without warning. A net of energy thunderbolts covered his entire vision. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the sound of energy vibrations exploding in his mind made him groan in pain. The sudden pain coming from his eyes and forehead made him cover his face with both hands. His whole body fell forward onto the table, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly rushed over. Well, no, nothing. Don't be nervous. He waved his hand gently to get everyone to relax. He slowly straightened his body, and his right hand that was covering his face slowly opened up. Everyone saw that between his eyes and his palm, there were bursts of energy that looked like electric arcs, and there were even sparks jumping out. It was like a scene of magma gushing out, mixed with the surging of thunder. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Oh my God! There will be a day when my eyes will burst from looking at images. What a fantasy! The little angel frowned and pulled his hand that was covering his eyes. Everyone gasped when they saw. The traces of energy extended from his eyes to half of his face. His originally beautiful eyes were now only a colorful light, and they could see a huge amount of energy surging wildly in them. From time to time, bursts of energy burst out accompanied by energy particles and sparks. That was the phenomenon that they had just seen, like an electric arc rolling up magma, and it looked very scary. Don't pull. Yun Nuashing quickly covered her face with her other hand. It's ugly, don't look over. Everyone was speechless. Is this the time to be concerned about whether it's ugly or not? Ugh, although the picture is indeed scary. It's nothing. I was just trying to use the origin energy to spy on the situation. Well, maybe I saw something strange and was hit by an energy shock. It was an energy shock from my own body, and it had nothing to do with the image. But the origin energy don't pull. The little angel pulled his hand down for the second time. Then she rolled up her wings and covered half of his face. Soft golden light flowed on the wings and calmed him down. This girl was healing him, although in fact he would be fine after a while. After a while, they felt the energy rupture on his face gradually calm down. Only then did everyone sigh in relief. They slowly sat back down and tidied up the table that had been messed up by the huge commotion. Right now, their emotions were complicated. They didn't know what to say. Even Lord Feng had been careless and fell for it. Then, the Great Rift can affect the void, but it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the void itself. Yun Nuashing tapped the table with her fingers and said, slowly to get everyone's attention, I didn't finish just now. Although I used the origin energy to let it beat me up, in fact, the origin energy doesn't have more than that. So, normal energy should also cause some kind of reaction, adjusting the energy to enter a different state. Little by little, we can see the changes of the Great Rift. But be careful not to let the energy surge too fast, or else, he pointed at himself, which made everyone's heart skip a beat. The way the Great Rift looked really scary. At present, we still don't know whether it's a strange phenomenon caused by humans or the void. Anyway, continue to investigate according to your current arrangements. Judging from its size, well, I guess we can't find the source. The area it covers is too large. It's also because it's too deep in the void that it's difficult to find the source. His fingers stopped moving on the table. He thought for a while and nodded. Well, we can only continue to investigate for now. Without more clues, there's nothing we can do. Just as I Ching arranged everything, his face changed. Lord Feng, there's a change. Yun Nuashing swallowed her unfinished words and said something else. There's a change so soon. What do you mean? She was just asking. She didn't think there would be any new information. This was related to the void and it covered a large area. There shouldn't be a change so soon. But little Qing answered in a serious tone. After they tried to adjust their energy to touch it, the great rift changed. It's like it's shrinking. It's shrinking little by little to half its original size. The light on its surface is also slightly dimming. It's like Shuang said, they were accidentally discovered. So they lowered their activity level to try to get away with it. Well, that's probably it. I Ching pinched his eyebrows and replied in distress. According to them, although the great rift changed, they still couldn't feel the slightest movement of energy from it. They also couldn't feel what happened to the void because of it. Hiss, what strange thing is that? Is it some kind of strange life form? It's going into a defensive state right after being poked? Everyone smiled bitterly. According to the explanation just now, it was just a poke, and then it immediately pretended to be dead. I Ching confirmed for a while and shook her head. Well, that's all. The information from other places is the same, except for shrinking and dimming its light. It seems to have entered a state where it doesn't want to attract attention. There are no other specific changes. I guess we'll have to wait for a long time to find out more details. Hearing little Qing sigh, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and blurted out, Maybe we should go and see what it is. Hiss. As soon as he said that, he felt a sudden pain in his waist and shuddered. Then he heard Shuang's reproachful words in his ears. Don't go. Don't go now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but mutter, Shuang, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Now, even you've learned to bully me. It's because of your condition. Shuang poked little Star's waist gently. Seeing him shudder, she couldn't help but sigh softly. If you're in good condition, why would we stop you? Yun Nuashing's face was full of bitterness. He couldn't find any words to defend himself. However, he had a new idea. How about this? When my eyes are better, let's go and have a look. I'll tell you some methods. You can help me identify the situation. I'll tell you what I find, and you can adjust in time. Shuang was a little helpless when she heard that he was determined to go and have a look. However, this method could work. So she nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go later. Yun Nuashing smiled, picked up a cup of tea and gulped it down. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he could go and have a look. As mentioned earlier, the sudden changes in the void could not be ignored. Especially now that the void was in a strange state, it was best to find out what the hell it was as soon as possible. He began to guess in a bad way. For example, among the conditions mentioned earlier, there were a few that made him particularly sensitive. Most of the great rifts appeared in the void that they had never set foot in before. They existed in all the upper, middle, and lower planes. The void that they went to had basically nothing. When these conditions were put together, it was difficult for him not to bring them to the underworld. Moreover, after joining the underworld, the above conditions were just right. For more than a dozen eras, they had been stirring shit up in the void for more than a dozen eras. They destroyed the void and created all kinds of strange things. They had wreaked havoc in all the upper, middle, and lower planes. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass grew. You see, this condition was perfect. Maybe this strange great rift was another strange thing that they had created. They had really been messing around in the void of order for a long time, so he couldn't be blamed for thinking in this direction. Of course, he hoped that this guess would not come true. If it was true, it meant that those guys were going to do something to the void again. The void of order was already very broken. Let it go. If there was anything, couldn't they just come at them? If they had the guts to do something in the void of order, then don't hide. Come, open the door. Come out and fight. Whoever is a coward, 'kay? Well, he usually liked to think about things in the worst way. After thinking about it, he would prepare according to the situation. When the time came, as long as he had the conditions to deal with the worst situation was nothing to be afraid of. Are you done talking? Yao Guang's voice rang in front of him with a smile and a little worry. He felt that the girl suddenly put something near his mouth. Brother Feng. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and ate the thing that Yao Guang handed to her. It was soft, cold, and sweet. It was a kind of dessert, right? Was it a pastry? Yao Guang had a warm smile on her face. She licked her lips when she saw that Brother Feng still wanted more. Do you want more? Yun Nuashing felt a little awkward. She wanted to open the wings covering her face to see what she was eating, but her eyes had not recovered yet, so the little angel would not let go. She could only nod. Okay, a few more. This thing tastes good. Shuang Shuang turned her head to look at Yao Guang. She was holding a white pastry in her hand. Then she turned her head to look at the shop by the lake. When the shop owner made the white pastry, he was mixing strawberries with a bunch of ingredients. Shuang Shuang immediately understood. Little Star liked to eat strawberries. This was what Siyu told her. Although she rarely saw Little Star eating strawberries, she always saw Little Star holding a durian and gnawing on it. Speaking of which, you are back in the Void Patrol team. Yun Nuashing looked at Yao Guang. Although his mouth was stuffed, it did not prevent him from talking. Yes, Brother Feng, you are all busy. Qingyu and Yuan Kong are in seclusion. Dao Tian is the inheritor and has no time to look after himself, so I can only wander around by myself. Occasionally I will go out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into an accident. Yao Guang stuffed a new pastry into Brother Feng's mouth and could not help but sigh. He looked at Brother Feng, whose face was covered by the white wings, and said thoughtfully, Brother Feng probably influenced me. I heard Master Hui say before that troublemakers are contagious. Your Brother Feng is a troublemaker who drags a group of troublemakers with him. When he goes out alone, the entire void will not be peaceful. Yes, the original words. Uft! The group of people spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing. *CK, what did that guy say? After being stared at by the three people in front of him for a while, Yao Guang was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands together and said, Of course! Of course, it could also be, I got lost and accidentally bumped into them. Hey! Lost? Shuang Shuang looked at him in surprise. Why would you get lost in the void? This girl can't even grasp the coordinates of teleportation. She can get lost at any time. Yun Nuashing explained to her and then looked at Yao Guang. Speaking of getting lost, could it be that you ran to the wrong place and accidentally bumped into that thing? Yao Guang blushed and stuck out his tongue. I ran to the wrong place. I should have been 3 levels below the shallow layer of the void, but I ran to 3 levels above the bottom layer. Yun Nuashing and the others. He really ran to the wrong place. He ran to the wrong place and bumped into a damn thing. Could it be that he really triggered something? Was it contagious? Human to human? Should he isolate himself? Speaking of which, how did he run to the wrong place between the shallow layer and the bottom layer? The concepts and rules of these 2 places are different, right? This was not something that could be explained by a mere lack of sense of direction and carelessness. Oh, by the way, the group of Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the other nodes who gathered here did not come here to slack off. Currently, they had all seen this damn thing in the void area near them. The exploration task was handed over to their void patrol team. So today, they gathered here to enjoy the flowers, moon, wine and food while discussing this strange matter. This was what little Qing had just told him, as if to explain that they were not slacking off. But after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to explain at all. If you want to rest, then rest. When you're tired, you have to rest. Your Lord, Hui also talks about slacking off every day. That's nothing. Rest is important, really. Everyone's hands that were holding tea and wine hung in the air, and they all looked at their own observer strangely. They could not help but mutter in their hearts. It's really awkward for him to say that a guy who had endured for 5 eras and did not intend to take a proper rest every day, and was either forcefully carried into the sanctum of creation or the sanctum of origins, telling others about the importance of rest. Forget it. That's just how he is, and we're used to it. Their most revered Lord Feng was such an anxious and helpless fellow. He was a living, real person. There was nothing illusory about him, and he would not be mysterious enough to make people imagine all kinds of strange images. He was just a troublemaker who would overwork himself sooner or later. Yun Nuashing shuddered and dug her ears. My ears are a little itchy. Who's talking about me? Everyone turned their heads and laughed dryly, not daring to say a word. Chapter 2060. There were always strange things happening in the void. Whether it was man-made or the void's own actions, it was a never-ending topic. However, they had also concluded some patterns. As long as it was obvious, it was usually something that was not easy to deal with. It could be as small as the disasters caused by the void's own actions, as big as that person's that's right her, as big as the void's turbulence caused by her. In short, anything that went towards the void was not easy to deal with. It was like the lives that lived on a small broken ball suddenly saw their own small broken ball's pants split in half. The countless lives on a small broken ball would probably turn the world upside down. When that happens, there was no need to be surprised. Well, that was pretty much what it meant. Therefore, when an unknown object suddenly appeared in the void, he had to go and take a look no matter what. When they were racing against time with the underworld and were about to fight, it would not be fun if the void suddenly caused some trouble. It was like a fire in one's backyard. Therefore, when something happened to the void, they had to put in some effort to find out what it was. There was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Shuang Shuang and the little angel did not give him anything else to do. He had to be sneaky when dealing with the origin energy to avoid being discovered. When the Great Rift in the Void was mentioned, the first thing that came to his mind was the Great Rift in the Void. It was the burial place of the continent of origin, the location of the eternal God-destroying storm. How did that place come to be? What happened at the last moment to form this never-ending storm that had not stopped even after 139 eras? Until now, he still could not figure it out. It was not appropriate for him to say, "Your family's grave in front of them." He could not say that. Even if it was him, he would definitely be strung together and receive the education of the primordial God's love. Speaking of which, if the God-destroying storm was not hidden in that strange space, the void would probably have been swept clean by it. The void. Things in the void. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He did not know how much trouble it would cause him this time. TSK, we're here? It's pretty close. For now, it was not a big deal, so Yao Guang decided not to bring so many people with him this time. Hopefully, he would not be messed up because of his negligence this time. Not far from Node 0, Yao Guang took him, the little angel, and Frost out of the door and arrived at their destination in just 3 void jumps. As soon as he emerged from the void, he looked around. This was a rather desolate void region, and even the deeper layers could feel the desolation of this place. The concept layer of rules was stable, and the flow was very stable. There was nothing that could affect the concept layer of rules at all. Both the deeper and the shallower layers were empty. It was a lake in the mountains, almost still, and there was nothing that could disturb it. As he looked around, he quickly caught sight of the unusual things in the void region. Compared to what he saw in the image, now that he was here in person and looking at it with his own eyes, he could see a lot more things. His vision was covered by some strange energy light. It was like an aurora or a fluttering silk. The light was emitted in an attempt to light up the dark void. It spread all over his vision and spread out for an unknown distance. Some of them were faintly discernible, and their colors were constantly changing. These strange light castings were densely packed, but they were not particularly big. Looking at them one by one, their length and width ranged from 1,000 feet to 10,000 miles. It was a little like when he was immersed in the environment of Source Zero and saw it being dyed, but it would not be so colorful. He did not know what these light castings were. They did not have any energy presence, and he did not feel like he was touching anything when he touched them. So much so that other than a little color that made them look different from the void, There did not seem to be any other difference. Perhaps they were the void that was dyed, and its essence was still the void. But he had never seen such a thing before. Could the void be dyed? They were not things that were still. These things that looked like auroras, cloth, or silk would float outwards, away from the source. However, they would quickly dim after a certain distance, and then disappear into the void bit by bit. There was no movement at all. As for their source, it was now hanging in the void without any movement. As Yao Guang said, the thing was like a tree root that pierced through the upper layer of the void and appeared here. But from this position and angle, it looked like a huge nail. What they saw was only the part of the nail that was stuck into the ground. It was a white nail, and the light it emitted looked a little strange. It was tinged with light blue and gray and had a metallic texture. Overall, it looked a little smooth. The light it emitted was not very bright, only a little brighter than the moonlight at night. After all, they were in the void. In this pure dark place, as long as there was light, it would involuntarily attract their attention. It was the source of the streamers and silk-like light castings floating in the void. It was like a nest that was constantly releasing things. Congratulations on not getting lost on the way. Seeing this thing accurately appear in his line of sight, Yun Nuashing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When this girl brought them on the road, he actually really thought that they were on the road. He had already imagined that they would go to all kinds of strange places after rushing out of the teleportation. Yao Guang blushed when she heard that. She could not help but hit his chest with her little hands. Yao Guang's punches were only half as powerful as Shuang's. Yun Nuashing patted the head of the girl, who had maxed out her talent for getting lost. He looked at the strange light castings around them and asked, "Did you see these strange light castings floating in the void when you came here last time?" "No." Yao Guang shook his head and used his hand to touch a piece of ribbon that floated past him, but it was as if he was brushing past a cloud of smoke. He could not bring it away at all. "The last time I came here was 3 years ago. Since then, I have been following the traces in the void to find its source." I didn't see anything like this 3 years ago." Yun Nuashing nodded and found little Qingzi's soul seed. "Little Qingzi, check the big cracks in other places to see if there are any abnormalities. For example, there are some strange things, some kind of aurora, ribbon-like unknown objects. I'm at the scene, Lord Feng, but other than the shrinking just now, I haven't seen anything else." Yun Nuashing shrugged at the 3 girls. "It seems to be the change in this place." He thought for a moment and said to little Qingzi, "Send someone to check the situation of the root system at the furthest end of the Great Rift. There are some changes here. Maybe it's only at the furthest end." "Don't ask that question. I'll go." Yun Nuashing was speechless. Little Qingzi had a strange habit of speaking since she went to that world. The 4 of them moved forward while feeling the void. Before they came, they heard that it was not easy to walk through it, but they did not expect it to be so difficult. Within a certain range, the size of the Great Rift was the same, and it would definitely appear in their line of sight. So they just had to walk in one direction, and they would be able to find it. But they did not expect that the void around it was distorted. Oh, right, they saw that the void around it was distorted and collapsed. They thought it was just a distortion of light, but they did not expect it to be a distortion of the void. The space in this place had been twisted into a spiral shape, and it was layered on top of each other. In short, it took them a little effort to walk through it. He even memorized the path and engraved it in his mind. It was a path of fighting and snake walking. He really walked step by step. This thing has a great influence on the void. Is the weight of its existence enough to affect the void? Yun Nuashing walked to the front of the big white nail. Her eyes flickered slightly. Its body still did not have any energy response. Other than using her eyes and senses to confirm the existence of something here, there was no other way to identify whether this thing existed here. Using her senses, she could only identify it as She could not identify what it was at all. It only told her that there was something here. It was like the distant starlight passing through a pile of things that could distort it. What appeared in her eyes had changed. Through the distortion of the starlight, she could know what it had experienced and confirmed that there was something on the path. Ripples on the calm lake, excluding the rain, meant that there was something under the water. Now she saw the ripples, but not the thing that caused the ripples. She did not pay attention to this situation just now. She habitually recognized that there was something there, so she did not care about it anymore. Now, when she tried to use her senses to get more information, she realized that something was wrong. In the end, the only thing that could confirm that it really existed here was the two eyes on the face. What the hell is this thing? After telling the little angels, they also showed a surprised expression. It seemed that they only realized that something was not right after being reminded. Should we call the others over? The little angels whispered. No, not for the time being. They are still busy. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and looked at Shuang Shuang. Let's try it bit by bit according to the method I just told you. There's no more information now. We have to see if it has any reaction before deciding what to do next. Yao Guang looked at the pillar-like thing and was lost in thought for a while. When he saw Shuang Shuang coming forward, he came back to his senses. If there is a reaction, what should we do? I don't know for now. Yun Nuashing shook his head. We need to know what it is first. If it's just something born from the void itself, we'll just leave it here if it doesn't affect us. If it's something bad, we'll destroy it if we can, no matter how big the area it covers is. That was just an excuse. In fact, countless years of memories flashed through his mind. The memory did not exist. Forget it, he threw the memory aside. Whether it was from the senses or from any other aspect, he was sure that there was an 80% chance that this thing was not a phenomenon born from the void. Well, wait, to put it more strictly, it was not a phenomenon born from the void. Perhaps it was related to the void, but in his impression, the void did not seem to give birth to such a thing. Even if it was a strange phenomenon, it should have appeared in a strange world light. Could it be that the situation was so coincidental that such a strange world light appeared, and then the world light happened to explode, and the strange thing that was born and it survived the destruction of the world light was solidified by the void and was then thrown into the void? Furthermore, it had penetrated through 3 planes. How could it still move now? And in the end, it became a cursed natural landscape? That probability was the lower limit of the probability of breaking through the void. It was really impossible. How could there be so many coincidences? Or could it be some unusual activity similar to the precursors of void quakes? Probably not, since the precursors of void quakes clearly allow one to sense one's presence in the void and know that it would crush one to death in the sea of void just by standing in front of it. It was completely different from this ghostly thing that pretended to be harmless and of unknown origins. Sai, although he had lived for a long time and had explored the void for over 20 eras, if counting his time in the primordial era, his understanding of the void had not reached a profound level. There were still many unusual things that could mess with his mind in that accursed void. In any case, he could not leave this thing alone. Shuang Shuang tried many methods there. After a while, she returned with a gloomy face and shook her head at him. I didn't see anything unusual. Where's Little Star? Yun Nuashing's pretty face scrunched up at once. She looked at the big nail that was still as unmoved as a mountain. After a moment of silence, she shook her head as well. I really didn't feel anything unusual. Did you feel anything strange when you touched it? Shuang Shuang thought carefully for a moment before answering. It didn't feel like I was touching something solid. The energy was passing through. No, after it left my body, there was, well, some kind of strange distortion, as if it was being disturbed. The closer I was to it, the stronger the disturbance. When the energy passed through it, it became strange. It was not mixed with any other presence, but, well, it did not feel like my own energy, at least half of it. Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes slightly. You, throw a ball of energy over there. Cut off all control over that ball of energy. Don't bring any consciousness or willpower into it. Just throw it out as if it was pure energy. The ice sculpture pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." Then she moved closer to the big nail and condensed a ball of energy according to what he said. She pushed it and let it float gently towards the big nail. Then she immediately cut off all control. Shuang was stunned for a moment. She had just cut off part of her control over the ball of energy, and the ball of energy disappeared from her senses. It was as if her power had been taken away. Shuang hurriedly looked up. The ball of energy that she had just thrown out had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an ice blue ribbon that was about 10 feet in size. It floated in the wind and drifted away from the big nail bit by bit. It was not affected by the distortion of the void at all. I've seen the situation. You can try other energies. Little Star's voice rang in her mind, bringing her back to reality. She nodded and continued to experiment with other energies according to the steps just now. The results were clear at a glance. Except for the origin energy, all the other energies quickly turned into ribbons and began to drift outwards without exception. The larger the energy that was condensed, the larger the object of light that was condensed. Except for the origin energy, Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes slightly. While she was thinking, Shuang added, "However, the origin energy will also be partially affected. It's not to the extent that it is completely unaffected. The origin energy that is out of control will be slightly affected." Yun Nuashing pulled her hair and frowned. The doubtful light in her eyes was gradually replaced by seriousness. "Then this thing is at least on the same level as the permanent point and the precursor of the void turbulence. Among the anomalies that exist in the void, only the precursor of the void turbulence can affect the origin energy that is not controlled by anything. As for the extent of the effect, it depends on the size of the movement that it causes." "Have you tried to destroy it?" Shuang hesitated for a moment and nodded. "However, it has failed. It is not affected by any energy, and there is no feedback feeling of energy coming into contact with anything. No matter the level of energy attack, it will directly ignore it. Moreover, it did not show any signs of shrinking after I touched it. At this time, it was as if it was pretending to be dead. Just like what was said before, there was no way to confirm that this thing really existed in this place except for the eyes. Even destructive attacks did not work." Then he thought for a moment. Just as he was about to take out a knife, he was stunned. The Netherworld Ruin Sword is with Blue Phoenix. Light converged on his right hand, and when the rhythm of light appeared, a multicolored energy appeared as well, quickly dyeing it with another layer of color. When the dense energy converged, it caused the void to tremble. Just make do. Just when the little angel thought that he was going to do it himself and was a little worried, he suddenly turned around and handed the rhythm of light to Shuang. "Shuang, use up all the energy in one blow. Go and try." Shuang nodded slightly and rushed out with the rhythm of light. She used all the strength in her body and the power of the rhythm of light to sweep across the void. The whole void could see the scene of a colorful energy arc blooming, breaking open a huge crack in the void that led to the origin of nothingness. In the distant void, there was a monstrous movement caused by the origin of nothingness flowing backwards, causing a mighty explosion of energy in the void. The white energy storm seemed to converge into a stormy cloud wall. The crack did not have the power to maintain, so the white storm continued to erupt for a while and then slowly subsided. However, their attention was not on the white nail. They were staring at the big white nail in front of them. It was still unmoved by the wind and rain. There was no movement at all, as if it was just a mirage. It really did not exist here, and they were just torturing this strange shadow for a long time. But it really had an effect on the void. It really existed here. Why is it like a smelly rock? Bah! A smelly rock can run away with a kick. What the hell is this damn nail? Seeing Shuang Shuang coming back with a helpless and regretful face, Yun Nuashing sighed softly and rubbed the girl's head. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. It's because of this thing itself. He sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's go back. The little angel was startled. Little Star had already opened the portal. Don't we care about it? There's no way to care about it. Yun Nuashing pulled his hair in distress. We've tried everything we can, but we still can't do anything about it. It's useless to stay here any longer. We'll just leave the energy tower to monitor the situation here. As for the rest, he crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. He stared at the damn thing with suspicion and strangeness. Let's wait and see when it will change. It's fine if nothing happens, but if something bad happens, there's no way to plan in advance. There's no way to plan ahead. We can only wait for it to come over and then react accordingly. Bah. Just as they were about to leave, little Qingzi's voice rang out. They had also reached the farthest point. Just like them, they had tried many methods. They were exhausted after tormenting themselves, but they still did not see any feedback from the damn nail. It was as if they had been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the air for a long time. Let's not care about the farthest point. Let's try to destroy the other parts that are just cracks. Yun Nuashing said again. We've already tried. Little Qingzi's voice was immediately heard. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. We've already tried on the way here. Whether it's the big cracks that have shrunk or the big cracks that are still in their original state, we can't do anything about it. After listening to the report, Yun Nuashing and the others had just returned to Node 0. He patted his face in annoyance. Anyway, let's continue to observe the situation. Keep monitoring for a long time. Report immediately if there's any movement. Okay. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms. His face was as calm as water. Now that things have come to this, there's only one way left, Shuang Shuang asked curiously. Is there any other way that hasn't been used? Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. He checked in his soul for a while. After confirming that there was no other situation on the other side, he shouted, Xiao Shi! Qing Qing! Do me a favor. Sui Feng! I know you're awake. Do me a favor. Shuang Shuang and the others were speechless. The last resort, calling the inheritors of the mythological era to save the day. This was normal. The 4 people on the other side of the soul shuddered. Sui Feng and brother Lei stood up with a bang. What's the matter? The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The void is collapsing. Those bastards from the underworld finally can't hold back anymore and want to destroy the place. Nothing like that. You guys go and wait for a while. I'll be right there. Yun Nuashing sighed and quickly returned to the observer dimension with Shuang Shuang and the other 2. In front of the conch house, Sui Feng and the others were already waiting there. They were all in high spirits. They forced themselves to stay alert and were ready to fight. If Feng Luo shouted, they would probably take out their weapons and fight. Seeing Feng Luo and the others coming down in a hurry, Sui Feng quickly went up to them. What's the matter? Why are there so many things today? Something happened in the void. I can't handle it. I'll have to see if you guys can handle it. Yun Nuashing pulled out a chair. After thinking for a while, he directly leaned against the air and threw a crystal ball on the table, projecting an image of 100 feet in the air. Look, do you see that nail? That thing is like a mirage. It can affect the void and the energy we release, but we can't affect it at all. Do you know what this thing is? When he asked this, he was mentally prepared. As long as the 4 of them showed a trace of surprise, he would smash that thing today, no matter what. This thing. Sui Feng frowned. His eyes reflected the thing in the image. His eyes glowed with starlight. He found a chair and sat down. He crossed his hands and looked serious. Seeing Sui Feng like this, he was mentally prepared to smash the void. What is this thing? Yun Nuashing and the others. All right, this fellow has been pretending to be mysterious for a long time. But to be honest, Sui Feng's answer was contradictory enough to make him heave a sigh of relief, even though Sui Qing had already dragged him down. You don't know either. Yun Nuoxing pinched his long hair and frowned. He looked troubled and confused. I've never seen this thing. Brother Lei shrugged. Looking at his complicated and strange expression, he couldn't help but swallow. Did something happen in the void? Did it cause some abnormal phenomenon? Not yet, but it's something in the void after all. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He fiddled with the crystal ball and looked at that thing from different angles. He also projected the image of it. Isn't it planning for a rainy day? I think I know. Sure, Xiao suddenly spoke, cutting off the rest of his sentence. His mouth opened wide and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Little Hour pointed at the projection. At this time, the projection did not reflect the appearance of a nail, but rather the appearance of a large crack that pierced through the void. I've seen it once. The white crack that pierced through the void came from another region of the void. Yun Nuoxing was sweating. His talent of struggling made him calm down quickly. Is it some kind of void anomaly? Something like a void disaster? Little Hour thought for a while and shook his head. I don't know. It was just a quick glimpse. It didn't last long. After that, I didn't mention it to the gods. I thought it was nothing important. I didn't expect to see it again here. As for when I saw it, it was on the battlefield. But I can't be sure if it's related to something on the battlefield. Maybe it's some kind of void anomaly that we haven't learned of. Yun Nuoxing shook off the cold sweat on his face. You saw it in the deep void. The deep void. Little Hour shook his head. In the shallow void, many people saw that scene with me. Well, it didn't seem to have any effect. Maybe it's different from what you saw. But my senses tell me that what I saw then and what I see now is the same thing, although I don't know what it is. Yun Nuoxing slapped his face. Well, it's getting more and more complicated. His brain was about to shut down. Chapter 2061. A phenomenon that pierced through the void. A trace of the mythological era. The second situation alone was enough to send a chill down his spine, and his heart was faintly uneasy. He had been a little uneasy ever since his eyes were repulsed by the energy when he was spying, and most of his uneasiness was because he did not know what it was. Well, the origin energy and the annihilation energy did not react, and that was the only reason he could tell himself that it was fine for now. But be it fine or uneasy, there was nothing he could do about it. Frost had used his power to slash at it, and there was no reaction at all. Basically, it could be assumed that both conventional and unconventional methods would not work. After eliminating those, the only method left was a small, void turbulence. That being said, he would have to lie down after one round, and it was not worth it. If he still could not deal with that thing, it would be a huge loss, and he would have died for nothing. Either way, he just had to throw it aside and keep a close watch on it. There was nothing he could do for the time being, and for the time being there was nothing else he could do, so he just ignored it. It should be fine, right? Probably? Yeah. Forget it. I really don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I'll just wait until it's done. Being indecisive in such unclear matters is not my style. If he says to throw it aside, then throw it aside. Yes, throw it aside. Even if this unknown phenomenon was caused by those damn things, he could only throw it aside for now. Just to confirm, it should be fine for the time being. So now, let time flow faster. Well, even though he sounded impatient, he would definitely wake up every once in a while. Now, to him, all that was left was to wait. At present, all that was left was to deal with the big and small matters, be it the environmental conditions needed to construct or the creation of things, and all that was left was the problem of the core that gave him a huge headache. It was a damned problem that he had to solve, even if he had to risk his life. If he could not solve it, he would really be damned. To solve the problem of the core, there were still conditions that could not be solved in a short time. He could only wait for time to settle. Origin energy. Oh, origin energy, can't you save some oil? apart from the core problems that he had to focus on solving. The situation of the others, well, the path was paved and the path was unobstructed. He did not need to worry about the rest, as they could solve it themselves. The things that he had to worry about: Blue Phoenix's rule, order, energy form. For now, that was the only problem that he needed to worry about. Rule, order, energy form. It seemed that he had to figure out some formations that he had not used for a long time. He thought for a while, and it seemed that there were about 200 or 300 formations. Compared to when he was crawling and crawling to figure out the rule, order, energy form, the levels and realms of all aspects were much higher. His understanding of this form was also much deeper than before. Based on the current situation, if he were to adjust this form of power, he could probably, well, it would be safer and more convenient. It sounded like there was no danger, but in reality, it was still the pot calling the kettle black. Reducing the death of 1,000 cuts by half was not much different from the original situation. Either way, he would die. Well, if he could reduce it by half, then so be it. He really could not bear to see his girl end up like himself back then, screaming in pain in his heart, dying in pain and waking up in pain. In just a short period of time, every minute and second was comparable to an era. Since the current situation was better than before, then, well, although he had many ideas and wanted to make all kinds of adjustments, and perhaps even create a new form of power, he estimated that it would not be better than the rule, order, energy form. This should be the form of power that he could reach the limit by himself. Although it was ridiculous in all aspects, it was still just a basic form. Mastering the form of power was just the beginning. There was still a lot of room for self-adjustment and improvement. The 3 types of power represented in the form of power were directly related to the strength of this form of power. As long as the paths related to these 3 types of power were not blocked or restricted, this form of power would not reach its limit. The little angel floated in the sky and then quickly circled around the loop of frost descent to complete her daily activity mission. After that, she gently floated down beside Little Star. Looking at the layers and layers of formations in front of him, she blinked and hung herself on his back. Stretching her wings, she gently blew into his ear. Busy. Yes. Yun Nuashing recovered from her contemplation and nodded. Pressing down on the wings on his back, he tilted his head and looked at Blue Phoenix, who was wrapped in green-blue origin energy in the distance. I'm preparing to switch to the rule, order, energy form back then. If possible, I want to improve it. The little angel trembled when she heard this. She turned her bright golden eyes to look at Blue Phoenix and swallowed hard. Are we really going to do this? He shrugged, and there was a trace of worry between his eyebrows. However, he still said calmly, that girl's wish, the path that she asked me to take, you know. That's right. She whispered. She also discussed with us that she wanted to do this. We all saw that she was a little hesitant, as if she had not made up her mind. You haven't woken up yet. So we tried to persuade her for a while, but she didn't change her mind. I didn't expect that she would actually do this. What? There's such a thing. The little angel nodded and told him about how they failed to persuade Blue Phoenix back then. He smiled bitterly and could not help but let out a long sigh. Blue Phoenix is also very stubborn. You also know that when she is determined to do something, it is not easy to persuade her. So when I forced her to do something back then, that look in her eyes, I will never forget it. She has the same temperament as you. She smiled helplessly. However, Blue Phoenix will only become stronger when it comes to things related to you. She will also listen to you very much. If you directly tell her not to do this, she will also, but you can't say it out loud. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. I don't do that kind of thing. Most of the time I don't do it. I'm just a guide. I can be considered a not-so-reliable backup. They have to walk their own path, and it's up to them to decide what they want to do. I can help them whenever they need it, or even pull them when it's necessary. Other than that, There's nothing else I can do. Just like this time, Blue Phoenix wants to master rules, order, and energy form. Once I've confirmed that she's mentally prepared, I'll give her a hand. To me, it's more important for them to make their own choices, to forcefully decide the path of others. To be honest, although I can do that, I don't have a reason to do so. I just feel like I'm pestering them endlessly. If I take their affection for me for granted and use it as a reason to control them and do whatever I want, then I'm no different from those bastards in the void. He looked at the large and small magic circles in front of him and remained silent for a while. Since I have chosen to help her, I will do my best to ensure her safety as much as possible. The little angel looked at him and whispered, "Speaking of which, why did you reject Blue Phoenix's soul contract? Didn't it go well in the 139th era? Is there something you are hiding?" He was silent for a while again. After a while, he slowly replied, "Under normal circumstances, a soul contract would definitely be beneficial for both of us. Since this girl wants to fight with me, she can cooperate better with me with a soul contract. However, that is under normal circumstances. A soul contract binds my soul and hers together. It will affect both sides. Since my soul is bearing a lot of things right now, if I hastily establish a soul contract, it will only affect Blue Phoenix negatively." The little angel immediately understood. "That's right. There are too many things in your soul, and it is bearing too much. If you tie it up, Blue Phoenix's soul wasn't as powerful as his, and the difference between the two of them wasn't something that could be described with the word powerful. There were many different aspects of the difference that existed from the very beginning. However, none of this was important. To put it bluntly, he didn't intend to establish a soul contract with Blue Phoenix. Blue Phoenix's soul was far too heavy. The two of them were like two seas of different heights. The difference between them was enormous. If they were directly connected, it would cause a huge wave. That was the simple meaning. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly, and she sighed. A soul contract is not what people think it is, something that pursues fairness for both sides. Yes, this thing is not used like that, and it does not have that meaning. It is not a connection between a superior and inferior, or something that two people are interested in because of each other's power. It is not used to seek power or whatnot. In the past, in the ancient era, the hunt of the four gods was just a storm caused by a group of people who coveted the power of the four gods. It was originally a small matter, but somehow it became something like a trend of the times. It caused the entire divine realm, and even the beings of the outer realms, to scramble for it. It was as if obtaining the power of the four gods would allow one to go further, or some kind of, a symbol of glory. Bah, to hell with lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. Their minds are filled with power, but they have forgotten what they need to do first as living beings. Every one of them has cultivated to the point that their brains are fried. Even if they donate directly, they will think that it stinks. Let me put it bluntly. Those lunatics don't even plan to be human anymore. So what do you expect them to understand? To Blue Phoenix and the others, a soul contract is just a proof of acknowledgement, recognition, and absolute trust. The other meanings attached to it are not as heavy as the meaning of the contract itself. They are just icing on the cake. If they cannot achieve mutual support each other, and walk through countless years together, if they do not have this mentality and mental preparation, if they cannot bear the weight of this matter, how can they dare to say that they can accept this contract? I forgot. Those lunatics don't care about these things at all. They don't care about the meaning of this thing at all. They just want to cause trouble and kill them. Ha. Ahem. I don't know if you have noticed, but this matter can only be realized if they actively seek it. It can never be forced. Let me put it in the most straightforward way possible. For them, this is to seek a place to stay in the future. They have been wandering alone in the God realm for countless years, and they are looking for a place that can accept and accommodate them. This is the true meaning of a soul contract. To me, when I brought Blue Phoenix back, these conditions were already met without a soul contract. Just like how she has accompanied me for 5 eras, I don't need any more proof. Of course, Blue Phoenix still cares a lot about soul contracts. When I rejected her back then, she must have been a little depressed, but she didn't mention it again. She should have understood what I meant. My soul is tainted, isn't it? If I build a bridge, I might even dye half of the clean land on the other side black. Little Angel looked at her thoughtfully. She then looked at Little Star, who was speaking indignantly. Suddenly, she said, "So Blue Phoenix is using all her strength to close the distance between you and her. She wants to help you. Could it be?" Yun Nuashing scratched her head. "She hasn't given up." "Yes, but she knows that she can't do it now. So, she can only give up on this idea for now. When she feels that she can, she will probably come and find me again. Let me think. Maybe she will come and talk to me when she becomes a high-level premier. Sigh, it's a pity that I won't be able to fulfill her wish in this life. I don't know what a high-level premier is like, but judging from the high-level premier's soul in you, I don't think it's possible. We'll see when the time comes. She won't give up." Little Angel couldn't help but murmur, "Stubborn girl. Is this also the reason in the primordial age?" "That's right. In the ancient times, I didn't make myself as colorful as this, but I also carried some bad things on my body, and they still exist at this moment, the element of extinction and the sin of the world. I carried these two things that even I couldn't suppress back then. How can I accept that girl's soul contract without worry? I can't harm her." As he spoke, he paused and suddenly gasped. You reminded me of this. When I return to the 139th era, I have to find a way to break the soul contract with Blue Phoenix, Little Blue, and Little White. Countless powers and things that come back with the awakening of the godly soul. These existences that can crush the void are weights that they can't bear. Even if the soul contract has its own limitations, it can't bear the weight of an ultimate. No, a pseudo-high-level premier soul. I have to find a way to seal or break the soul contract before it affects them. Sigh, the two of them sighed at the same time, thousands of thoughts swirling in their minds. As they sighed, the array in front of them suddenly exploded with a bang, and a small spark began to leak energy. The two of them were startled, and their eyes widened as they began to scramble to save the array. They had been distracted for too long, and the incomplete array had exploded due to their nagging. After stabilizing the array, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hey, Little Star, what are you doing?" A fragrant wind, wrapped in cold air, floated from the side. Yun Nuashing had just stabilized the array when he turned his head and saw Shuang Shuang beside him. A cold ice storm was blowing on her body, causing him and the little angel to shiver from the cold. Shuang Shuang exclaimed when she saw that he was trembling and trying to wrap himself up tightly. She quickly restrained the cold air on her body and shook his arm embarrassedly. "Oh, I just finished dealing with the matter of the Premier Realm, so I didn't restrain myself well." "You've been dealing with the Premier's domain all this time?" Yun Nuashing patted off the frost on his hair and turned to look at Shuang Shuang, who was beaming with joy. For the past few hundred years, Shuang Shuang had been sitting on the ice lotus, freezing herself into an ice sculpture and not moving at all. However, he wasn't worried that something would happen to her. He just didn't understand the meaning behind her actions. Now he finally understood. Well, it took a long time. The subsequent evolution of the Premier's domain is much more difficult than I thought. Shuang Shuang nodded. Her little face was a little distressed. "I didn't expect it to take so long to complete the evolution. It took, 700 years. But it's finally solved. After solving the Premier's domain, there's nothing else to do. I can spend some time with you." Yun Nuashing and Little Angel were speechless. No, she was indeed the life of the origin. It only took her 700 years to evolve the Premier's domain from scratch, and she had reached the limit of what she could achieve at this moment. This girl was really too much. "There's nothing else to do," Yun Nuashing muttered. Looking at the girl who was pulling her wings into his arms, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you solved the Path of Essence?" When dealing with the Premier's domain, I've dealt with it. And the origin energy, everything has been dealt with. Shuang Shuang smiled and nodded. Now, we're waiting for the door to the higher level to open. Well, being close to Little Star can help me dissolve the seal faster. This position is mine. Yun Nuashing and Little Angel were speechless. No, she was indeed the life of the origin. Isn't this too much? The great path to heaven was really the path that allowed her to reach the sky in a single bound. Others climbed up slowly, step by step. This girl was running forward at the speed of light, wasn't she? The guys who are at the same time as you are still there obediently listening to the lessons. Save some face for them. Lower the standard and let them feel that their speed was actually quite fast. What's wrong with Little Star? Are you tired? Well, I'm a little sad. I feel a little tired. Yes. It's nothing. Don't mind it. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pulled Shuang Shuang's shoulder and turned her around. With one hand around her waist, he pointed forward with the other hand. If you're free, do me a favor. I'll borrow your power. Well, use the power of the principle of the origin of life to help me. I'm perfecting this array. Shuang Shuang let out an "oh" and released her power, making Yun Nuashing shiver. At this time, he felt that hugging this girl was the wrong choice. It was too cold, as if he was hugging an ice cube that was constantly blowing in a snowstorm, and it was only snowing in a small area, within half a foot of the body, which made him and the little angel shiver from the cold, and a pile of snow piled up on their heads in a short while. With Shuang Shuang's help, the modification and adjustment of the array that was thrown aside after being used once could be completed easily. Currently, it was in good condition. He also came up with more ideas. He threw the array piece by piece and added the origin energy and origin energy into it. It should be able to reduce a part of the pressure that Blue Phoenix had to bear. If it can be adjusted so that she won't have to bear too much pressure, the principal order energy form should be able to be popularized. But according to the current situation, reducing the pressure by 30 to 40% seems to be the limit. Well, the structure of the origin for adjustment, the disintegration, suppression, and strengthening of the origin of the soul, and adjustment and reconstruction of the origin of the soul, as well as the adjustment and reconstruction. These core steps can't be changed. So, in fact, the impact of the energy suppressing the body is actually reduced. He muttered as he processed the array. He felt a little distressed and let out a long sigh. Although he was not very satisfied, it seemed that this was the best he could do. Speaking of which, there was not much difference between this and no changes. The little angel and Shuang Shuang shivered as the cold wind blew across the icy plain, making their bodies feel cold. However, they were sweating profusely as they listened. In short, the pressure of the less critical part was reduced as much as possible, but the critical part was still at the same level as before. Isn't that still critical? Looking at the formation array that had been modified and adjusted and was currently operating smoothly, Yun Nuashing sighed. He hugged Shuang Shuang's shoulders with both hands and pulled the two girls back and forth. There's no better way. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the first high-level premier on the front line of the Void who was hanging on his back, and the first peak mid-level premier of the Order Void who was standing in front of him. He suddenly had an idea. Do you have any ideas? The two girls were stunned at the same time and then shook their heads vigorously. Cold, sweat broke out on their forehead. This was not suitable for them. No, it was not suitable for most normal life forms. This was a very, very serious matter. They had no experience and could not give any constructive suggestions. Well, if there is no better way, then this is the final situation. In short, there is no change at all. Yun Nuashing sighed. It was not that there was no change at all. Well, there were changes in other aspects, such as the success rate and rescue measures. Yes, it was true. When he was struggling, there was no rescue measures, and the success rate was as low as 30%. Now, the success rate was at least an exciting 60%, which was double. If there was a rescue plan, he would not have to worry about Blue Phoenix being sent directly to the spiritual temple if it failed. After dealing with this part of the array, he looked at it again and confirmed that there was nothing to adjust. He then prepared to pack up the pile of things. "Little star, what are you playing at?" Suddenly, an energetic voice sounded behind them. At the same time, there were 2 sets of footsteps. The 3 of them turned their heads and see you holding Blue Phoenix's arm and walking over with a smile. When she came closer, she saw that the 3 of them were like a sandwich. She could not help but be startled. "You have a very unique style." Shuang Shuang's pretty face was slightly red. She laughed dryly and squirmed out of Little Star's arms. Then she held Blue Phoenix's hands and looked at her with a pair of eyes that were as gentle as a glacier. Even the aura on her body felt like it was about to warm up. "Blue Phoenix, think twice." "Oh no. Are you ready?" Feng Blue Phoenix had just woken up and was still a little confused. She looked at Shuang Shuang with a puzzled face. "Ready for what?" Shuang Shuang glanced at her and turned her head to look at the array floating in front of her. She reminded her rule, order, energy, form. Blue Phoenix was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuashing stepped forward and pulled her over to take a look at the situation. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "The current situation is good. The origin energy has also reached its current limit. The conditions are met." Feng Blue Phoenix immediately understood and quickly recovered. Her pink eyes looked at him with determination. She was so determined that even if he said anything now, she would still step on this path without hesitation. She took a deep breath and looked at Little Star. She nodded solemnly. "Yes, I have always been prepared. Always. Although, I just woke up and wanted to stay with you for a while, but there will be opportunities later. Yes." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. He stroked her long hair and whispered in her ear, "Then, firmly hold on to the will and faith that has driven you to this day. Do not let go. I cannot make the process easier and easier. I can only give you a reminder. Faith, that will hidden deep in your heart. You must hold on to it tightly. I will try my best to reach out to you from here. So do not give up so easily," Feng Blue Phoenix chuckled. She wanted to say something, but she changed her mind. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit his earlobe softly. "Ouch!" Yun Nuashing trembled and let out a sorrowful cry. He hurriedly let go of his hands and covered his ears. Just as he was about to say something to this girl, she had already run into the spherical array formation. Her hands were naturally crossed in front of her. She smiled sweetly at them and then slowly closed her eyes. He grumbled and scratched his ear. Looking at Qing Huang in the array, a hint of hesitation appeared on his furrowed brows, but it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. He clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The static array instantly emitted a rumbling sound of energy surging. Energy chains swept out from the outermost array. Hundreds of chains circled around her, and when they were ready, they tightly closed and rolled her into a large, multicolored cocoon. At the same time, all the arrays expanded dozens of times in the blink of an eye, lifting the large, multicolored cocoon into the air. The energy in this space rapidly flowed towards it. I remember the first day Blue Phoenix came here. Siyu pulled little Xingxing and looked up at the big cocoon with him, muttering softly. "Ah, yes." Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. At that time, we were reshaping her life. We had to deal with the things that were left in her body. This time, we have to reshape her structure. The two are different in nature, but they are almost the same. Yu was a little worried. Will Qing Huang be okay? Will it work? He was silent for a while. Then he closed his eyes. I will bet everything on it. I can guarantee that her life will not be in danger. But whether it works or not, it depends on her. Girl, you must not let go halfway. Chapter 2062. Her senses felt as though she had been plunged into a hot spring. A scalding sensation covered every inch of her body, causing her heart to feel hot and dry. The heat quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to feel uncomfortable, as though she was being pricked by needles. Gradually, she seemed to feel that the temperature was still rising, turning from a hot spring pool to a magma pool. That was just her senses. If she were to compare her current situation, she might as well have jumped into a sun. The searing heat that could penetrate her soul wantonly spread out, causing her to feel irritable even as she felt the stinging pain all over her body. She had no choice but to free her mind to suppress her restless soul. However, the various sensations that came from her senses were like a chain reaction. Just as she suppressed her restless soul, a viscous pressure came from her body. It was as though she had been pressed into a thick, gelatinous object. It was very uncomfortable to be squeezed. Even the air was so viscous that it made it hard for her to breathe. The pressure on her body also gradually increased as time passed. This was not an ordinary pressure, but more specifically, she could not put her finger on it. It was like, yes, she remembered now. According to Little Star, this power and pressure were born from her own power, born from something that she possessed. It was a pressure that came from a part of her body. It was like she was beating herself up, so it was unbearable. After all, Little Star had said that no matter how strong she was, it was still very easy for her to kill herself. The sudden pain of being squeezed interrupted her thoughts, causing her body to stiffen in an instant. She could not help but clench her fists. However, she only thought that she would do such a thing. In reality, she was not sure if she had really clenched her fists. From the moment she felt that her soul was under increasing pressure that was slowly approaching its limit, she could no longer open her eyes. Now, even her senses were blurry. She could not clearly sense what was going on outside, but the touch that came from inside her body made her feel incomparably clear. What kind of feeling was this? It was as if she was awake and watching her stomach being cut open. A small knife violently sliced open her flesh, slicing her organs into pieces, and then forcibly pulling them out of her body. At the same time, she could clearly feel that she was suddenly missing a part of herself. Even her soul felt empty. Her body and soul were no longer complete. This feeling of emptiness made her feel as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. She watched herself being eroded by darkness bit by bit. Even if she struggled with all her might, it was futile. This was far more unsettling than the pain. This was the feeling of her root being disintegrated. It was only the beginning, but it had already numbed her. Pulling out her tendons and peeling off her skin was probably not even 1/10,000th of it. It was as if her internal organs and bones were being smashed into pieces from inside her body. Every inch of her body was being cut into pieces. Her senses were magnified by hundreds of times at this moment. She could clearly feel that part of herself was being torn apart and crushed into powder. In the end, it disappeared bit by bit. Even the powder that was separated from her body seemed to have her nerves, allowing her to clearly feel every step and every detail. Even her soul was being torn into pieces under the shocking impact. However, the broken pieces would not remain. They were bound by the body and would only be crushed more thoroughly. Woo crap! Did she make a sound? But she could not make a sound. She could not distract Little Star and the others. She absolutely could not make a sound. Feng Qing Huang, oh Feng Qing Huang, is your will such a ridiculous thing? If not, then she had to grit her teeth and hang on. Dong! The heavy impact sounded as if a heavy hammer or a meteorite had smashed into her body. She could clearly see the traces of the impact in her body. The broken parts of her body and the potholes were being filled up bit by bit. However, the moment the hole was filled up, another heavy impact hit the top of her body, widening the hole even further. It was as if the wound that she had just covered was stabbed again. The second injury almost made her soul fall apart. Before she could regain her consciousness, she saw another impact exploding in her soul. She almost fainted in an instant. When she saw that ripples were bursting out from every part of her body, she only had time to grit her teeth and pass out immediately. In the conceptual dimension, a gigantic spherical formation that was several thousand feet in size was slowly rotating in midair. After a period of evolution, it had gained 3 more formations in the shape of a triangle. There were countless formations that had been activated. Only Little Star knew what each formation was used for. Siyu tilted her head and looked at Little Star. He had already maintained the same posture for 4 hours. The worry and tension between his brows had not dissipated, and they were also very nervous. However, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was they had also been staring at the formation ball in the sky. At first, Blue Phoenix's aura was still very stable. However, half an hour ago, there was no trace of it at all. Her life aura was completely concealed, and the soul seed could not sense her chi at all. It was like, however, there was still a faint remnant of her soul aura, which made them feel at ease. Yes, but it was only a remnant. There was a small trace that let them know that Blue Phoenix was still firmly guarding her soul inside. She had not given up. "Phone, what are you guys doing here?" Scattered footsteps suddenly sounded on the icy plain. A tired voice sounded, which made Yun Nuashing and the others who were in a trance turn their heads. Hui and the others were yawning and rubbing their eyes as they slowly walked towards them. The group of people walked together in 5 or 6 different steps. Suifeng's face could not help but tremble when he saw the group of people walking towards them like zombies. He could not help but say, "You guys woke up at the same time." "What do you mean, wake up? You guys woke us up." Hui pinched his chin that was about to dislocate and rolled his eyes at Suifeng. "The energy flow has been very irritable and restless since the beginning. We felt restless even when we were sitting down. We thought that something had happened and woke up on our own. So, what are you guys doing?" Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly and did not respond directly. He just looked up at the magic formation ball hanging in the air and sighed. Hui followed his gaze and looked at the large ball shape. He couldn't help but cross his arms and frown. "This thing looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I haven't seen it many times. It's your functional magic array. It seems that I haven't seen you take out so many functional magic arrays for many years. What are you doing?" He shook his legs and thought hard for a moment. His face instantly turned pale. F***CK. Don't tell me. Phone tilted his head and glanced at him. Then he gently nodded his head, causing a cold breath to rush up to the top of his head. He grimaced and said, "Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? It's useless even if I told you. There's no other way to improve it. Or do you guys think that you can do something when you're fixing this thing?" Yun Nuashing lowered his head and sighed. "That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that I didn't wake you guys up because you were busy. I didn't expect that you guys would be awakened by the rapidly surging energy." Hui was speechless. He scratched his head. Then this pile of magic formations of yours. You've adjusted it, right? I didn't recognize it at first. I've done my best to adjust it, but in the end, I only solved the unimportant parts at the edges. There's no way to change the core." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He could not hide the worry on his face. The reason why the core could not be changed was because it would become something else if it was changed. It could not be changed at all. In short, it was fatal. Sure Shao stood there and listened for a while. He more or less understood what was happening now. He looked at where Blue Phoenix was and asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" "I also want to find a way to reduce the pressure on her, but there's really no way. Even if the origin energy and the origin law were here, it would not be easy to deal with this matter." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh again and shook his head. This is a struggle between herself and herself. When she retains her body, she completely disintegrates the origin of her own structure. As she disintegrates, she reconstructs, and the process of reconstruction continues to disintegrate. Because this is the power she exerts on herself, there's no way to resist it, and there's no way to reduce it. So there's no way. None of us can help her. We can only wait quietly for this battle to end, and while we're at it, we can only pray that she can get through it. He sighed again. There was no way to skip class. The situation back then. What kind of situation did he face back then that led him to this step? He could no longer remember it clearly. However, there were probably only a few things that could make him so resolute. So maybe he was faced with some kind of difficulty that he knew he could not overcome, or he had encountered something that made his hair stand on end. So he recklessly stepped onto this path in order to transform into the law, order, energy form. What he had to face was actually the situation he faced back then. Reenacting it once again, walking this path all over again. Speaking of which, he tilted his head and looked at Hui, a little puzzled. Why did I create this damn thing back then? Everyone was speechless. This guy himself said that it was a damn thing, so it was obvious how deadly it was. But I've never seen him say that before. It seems that he was troubled when he saw his sister fearlessly embarking on this path. Why did you forget? Hui stared at him, puzzled. I don't know. I really don't remember. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and pinched the bridge of his nose with a distressed look on his face. He could not remember the conditions under which he had done such a thing. Perhaps the pain at that time was too excruciating. The pain that filled his mind made him forget why he had done such a thing. Now that he recalled the feeling when he had to deal with the law, order, and energy form, he felt goosebumps all over his soul. It was really not something healthy. Blue Phoenix, you have to hold on. Hui crossed his arms and tried to recall. If I'm not mistaken, the situation you faced at that time was, it was similar to our current situation. For example, the underworld was about to invade the celestial realm in a few days, or we were about to invade the celestial realm, but you were still heavily injured. That's it. You dealt with it in secret without informing anyone. By the time we found out, it was already the next day. We sensed that you weren't in a good condition, so we hurried over to check on you, just in time to see you at the end of your treatment. After you were done, you rested for a whole day before we felt that you were alive. Everyone. So, it was an observer's instinct to not let go of him even though he was heavily injured and to torture him to death? Sure enough, this guy's mental illness had existed from the very beginning. It was just that it had gotten worse now. I still remember. The one who spoke was Jing Yuanji. Everyone turned to look at her. They saw that she was looking at the observer with a slightly nostalgic look. She slowly said, it was the incident before the Void Carnival. The celestial realm, which had just barely integrated into one force, was attacked by many outsiders before they could get through the run-in period. After a long battle, they finally paid a great price to repel all the invaders from the celestial realm. Lord Feng took the unconventional path at that time, but it was also the main reason why Lord Hui judged that he had enough power to drag the lives of this void region and rush to the celestial realm for revenge. Hui clapped his hands when he heard that. See, that's about it. Qing Jun also made an "oh" sound to indicate that he remembered. Then, a few days later, when Lord Feng showed his invincible might for the first time, he tore the void apart. Everyone. Sure enough, a certain someone was so unyielding from the beginning that it made people's liver tremble. Yun Nuashing also pondered for a while. Is that so? Hui, Yuanji, and Qing Jun all nodded vigorously at him, which made him silent for a while. So that's how it is. No, so why did you forget this kind of thing? It should be impossible for you to forget this kind of thing, right? Hui laughed bitterly and looked at him in puzzlement. After this, you talked to me about the terrible degree of transformation for 100 years. Every time I heard it, I would tremble. Every time I heard it, my liver would tremble. Now, I have to tremble for half a minute when I see you switch to the rule, order, energy form. Everyone. This was really a psychological shadow that could not be brushed away in this life. because Yun Nuashing took a light breath and may have found another reason. I have been preparing for this power form for many years, at least millions of years. Maybe it's too long ago, so long that I don't think it's strange to trigger it at any time. So I can't remember it clearly. Can it be like this? Hui rubbed his forehead with a wry smile, sighed, looked at the little phoenix wrapped into a ball and whispered, "When you discussed the feasibility with me, I opposed it for a long time. At that time it was not like now. There was no spiritual temple, people died, and the lights went out. There was only a 30% success rate, so I didn't want to see you fight for it. At that time, when I saw you suddenly execute it, my mentality at that time was probably the same as your mentality now." Yun Nuashing stared at the sky in silence for a while, and could not help but sigh softly. Today was also the day of her death. She sighed when she opened her mouth, and took a deep breath when she closed it. Her heart was sometimes stuffy and sometimes painful. Everyone waited quietly, either pacing in place or squatting on the ice, but no one could calm down. Even if they knew that even if they failed in the end, they would only return to the spiritual temple to be reconstructed and would return after a period of time, they could not be at ease, especially a certain observer. The ice under his feet had cracked because of his shaking legs. This was the first time they had seen this guy so anxious. Well, after all, it was his sister, so it was normal. When this was mentioned, they remembered the pitiful look of someone who had rejected them a few hundred years ago. It was really, damn the void. If there was less trouble, he and the others would have a good ending. But looking at the current situation, it was hard to say. He had never felt that time was so long and unbearable. He had never felt that. In the past, he always felt that time passed quickly. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Although they all felt a little long, it seemed that he had never experienced such a long time that made him feel anxious. Even when the underworld was causing trouble, he did not feel this anxious. He always felt that he was going crazy. Obviously, his anxiety could not speed up time, nor could it make Blue Phoenix feel better inside, but he was just anxious. Huff, deep breaths, calm down. No matter what, he had to calm down now. He still needed to make preparations for rescue. This preparation was indispensable. He had to plan for the worst. It did not matter whether he hoped or not, because reality would not be distorted because of hope or not. He only needed to make the corresponding preparations and wait. Time slowly passed, and more than half a day had passed. It had already been more than 10 hours. Everyone gradually calmed down from the small uneasiness and anxiety at the beginning. They calmly sat on the ice field and brewed tea, calmly waiting. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the colorful sun, and then lower their heads to look at the observer who had his arms crossed like a pillar rooted in the ice field. They waited, prayed, until a certain moment, when they saw him slowly put down his hands, his expression changed from calm to solemn. When it became extremely solemn, to the extent that the atmosphere changed, they were all stunned. "This is bad." The words that sounded like a judgment seemed to confirm his words. The sky that was as clear as ice crystals suddenly darkened bit by bit, revealing a strange, dark, purple color. The ice field was also instantly dyed with this strange color. The temperature between heaven and earth rapidly rose at an unreasonable speed, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into the center of a star in an instant. Without any preparation, they were all sweating profusely, as if the energy impact that could shake the permanently frozen earth suddenly exploded. Everyone only saw a circle of crimson pink mixed with dark purple energy suddenly appear, rushing to the end of heaven and earth in an instant. The next moment, a three-colored sea of fire spewed out from the center of the array, like a flood pouring down from the sky. The terrifying flames stunned everyone present, and they subconsciously put up layers of energy barriers. Hui, look after everyone. Shuang Shuang, release the power of the ring of frost descent to suppress it. Shuang Shuang immediately jumped into the sky and landed on the ring of frost descent, an icy aura surging out from her body. The ring of frost descent responded to her call and began to release an icy blue luster. In the center of the ring of frost descent, a blue sun appeared, but the light it released was incomparably cold, and it could even cause the void to stagnate. In an instant, a storm of ice and snow fell from the sky, and a huge storm swept up in the entire ice domain and gathered here. The wind and snow fell, and two suns appeared in the sky. One carried a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the void, and the other carried a destructive aura that could incinerate everything in the void. When the two suns clashed, abnormal distortions appeared in the space. The entire space was like a twisted towel that had been twisted into a whirlpool. Traces of fragmentation emerged from everywhere, as if this concept-level space would be torn to pieces. Shuang Shuang, use all your strength. This is Blue Phoenix's rule, order, energy form. Don't let your guard down. Hui hurriedly threw out the last layer of energy barrier. Looking at Maple, who was standing in the three-colored flame without any defense, he hurriedly shouted, "What's the situation now? Can you explain it clearly in one sentence?" "The structure has collapsed." Yun Nuashing raised her hand and felt the flame passing through her body. It contained a sense of pain and fragmentation that exceeded the limit. She could not help but clench her fists, gritted her teeth, and said in a helpless and distressed voice, "Maybe it can hold on when it's almost 80 or 90% transformed. It's still too difficult. Then what should we do? Should we stop it now or do something else?" Hui exclaimed. He hurriedly took out his large shield and prepared to charge. "Do you want me to go?" "It's harder to control with one more person. You just stay here and watch the situation and wake up." Yun Nuashing shook her head and turned to the little angel and shouted, "Girl, come with me." The little angel came to her senses and immediately turned into a golden light and merged into his soul. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and spread her two pairs of cloud wings on her back. She turned into a light shadow and rushed to the three-colored sun. Accidents were indeed within the scope of what he had thought. But you, girl, don't take it as a normal situation and let it happen. Idiot, idiot, idiot. The fierce, flaming storm was roaring and raging around him, making the whole space, rules, and order turbulent, although it could not cause him any harm. Jumping into the sun that was close to the peak of the mid-level premier and seeing the various violent energy phenomena in the center of the sun still made him feel a little pressured. Moreover, the emotion and will contained in the energy seemed to be more intense. Every outbreak and agitation seemed to be telling him something. In the three-colored sea of fire, there were huge tongues of flame sweeping across. The blazing energy was constantly in a state of extreme eruption and slapped on his body again and again. Damn, it was very hot. This girl had 3 forms and 3 powers, which were suitable for the rules, order, and energy form. Looking at the energy storm that was smashing on his face, it could at least roast a newly advanced premier realm. It was not the time to talk about this. Oh, I'm being resisted. I can't walk fast. The thick energy layer had a repulsive force, resisting his entry. He tried to push the thick energy layer in front of him, but gave up after trying for a while. Blue Phoenix's full power in this form required him to use all his strength, so he could not do that kind of trick. So the best way now was to use his sword to destroy this place. However, he was worried that he would hurt Blue Phoenix, so he could not choose this path. As a result, he could only force his way in. Just passing through this layer of blazing and thick energy took some time. Just like this, he used an even stronger force to force his way in. After about 2 or 3 minutes, a ray of colorful light suddenly appeared in the sea of fire in front of him. That was his formation array. However, good heavens, 1/3 of the formation array had already been destroyed. At present, the core was still stable, so there was no need to worry about the formation array. However, it did not have much time left in this sea of fire. With Blue Phoenix's increasing power, he estimated that he only had 5 minutes to do something. Should he be glad that she did not release the power of origin? If the Sea of Fire was filled with the power of origin, then today would be terrible. 5 minutes would definitely not be enough. The explosion of energy in the center is more than 100 times stronger than the edge. Later, you focus on dealing with Blue Phoenix. I will take over your defense. The voice of the little angel rang out in his mind. He nodded and touched the golden energy barrier on his body. Then he found a direction, took a deep breath, and rushed in without hesitation. After crossing the final distance and passing through the layers of formations he had set up, the energy instantly surged to the level of a high-level origin. He finally arrived at the core. The energy chains that originally wrapped around Blue Phoenix had already collapsed by more than half, revealing the curled-up girl. Her body had already become translucent, and the right half of her body was disintegrating bit by bit like yellow sand being blown by a gust of wind. Seeing this made his heart tighten, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Yun Nuoxing's hands pulled open the chains around Blue Phoenix's body and gently stroked her cheeks. Her eyes flashed as she began to gather energy. There should still be time. You must not let go. Bang! He did not know whether it was because his arrival had affected the stability of the core, or because the collapse of Blue Phoenix's structure had accelerated. But at this moment, the speed of her eruption of energy had suddenly reached the limit. The tricolored sea of fire was surging more and more violently, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Based on her current situation, it would not be long before her structure completely disintegrated. As the core, she would collapse, and the accumulated energy would be released all at once. That energy was enough to flatten everything in the concept level space in one go, and her structure would also collapse and enter a state of disintegration. The energy he gathered had reached the peak in just a few breaths, and he accurately sensed Blue Phoenix's situation. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and hugged her into his arms. This action made him feel like he was embracing a new energy star that was about to explode, but he did not care too much. 2 pairs of azure wings hugged her like streamers and pierced into her body from both sides. Colorful energy was released continuously from his body, and it broke into Blue Phoenix's body in the most unyielding manner. Then it suddenly scattered, turning into silk threads to pick up the fragments that were drifting throughout her body. Countless energy threads entangled and protected her fragmented structure with countless energy threads, and then carefully gathered them together bit by bit. Soul. He barely managed to forcibly stop the disintegrated structure of her structure from collapsing. He took some time to look at Blue Phoenix's soul. He was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. What, didn't you remember my words? You didn't let go from the beginning to the end. Under the fragmented body was a soul that was still intact and unscathed. It was not even affected by the collapse of her structure. As long as there was no problem with her soul, then the most dangerous situation would not occur. The energy eruption was because her structure had mostly collapsed, and her soul could not withstand the pressure and release the energy. Now she was still guarding her soul, so the situation would not worsen. Although he breathed a sigh of relief, he did not know whether he should cry because of this result or feel lucky that it was not the worst situation. He smiled. However, whether to cry or to laugh, it was better to wait until the current situation was solved. Her soul was already very weak. Although she said that she was guarding her soul, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. As time passed, the energy eruption in Blue Phoenix's body was almost exhausted. Her body was almost completely transparent, but the scene of her dissipating like yellow sand in the wind was no longer visible. The energy storm created by her environment had also successfully reached the level of a high-level premier. The defense of the little angel was getting more and more difficult. He had to spare some of his attention to assist in the defense. At the same time, he had to maintain the precise control of the energy in Blue Phoenix's body and divide some of his attention to block the energy blast that was comparable to the level of a high-level premier from the person in his arms every second. His eyes shook a few times. Perhaps because he had used up all his energy, a sudden tiredness appeared in his soul. His vision turned black, his body stiffened for a moment, and his control of the energy stagnated for half a second. The little angel hurriedly shouted, "Ugh, pull yourself together." Nuashing gritted her teeth and slapped herself hard. She took a deep breath and slapped the root of her soul, releasing a huge amount of soul power in one breath. Then she lowered her head and touched Blue Phoenix's forehead with her forehead. "Blue Phoenix, take the baton. Wake up." Chapter 2063. The annihilation of the storm happened all of a sudden. The tricolored sun suddenly retracted the violent energy blast it was releasing. After squirming for a while, it quickly shrank and collapsed inwards. The entire sun was twisted into a petal shape, and light and heat rapidly dropped to normal levels in just half a minute. Seeing this, frost slightly weakened the ice storm hovering in the air. Everyone stared at the sun, not daring to relax before the results were out. After all, that was rule, order, and energy form. Previously, there was an observer who exerted extreme power to blast against the chaos concept body, and then there was a small phoenix sun that almost melted through the eternally frozen earth. Moreover, the latter's obvious form had just emerged, and the exploration of this form of power had just begun. When she reached the level of the former, she would be able to truly release that power, although it was already very frightening. After waiting for a little anxiously for 5 minutes, the tricolored sun finally disappeared completely. The ice storm that swept across the sky had lost its target and drifted away with the wind. They looked up and were startled. Little Phoenix, who was wearing a red and black dress, was slowly floating down from the sky. Her body was constantly emitting tricolored flowing light, which was still like a brilliant sun. The energy in her body was in a state of extreme eruption. That oppressive feeling that could shake the void was indeed the rule, order, and energy form. They estimated that if she hung in the void, those who were not high-level Yuanshi would have to retreat. Well, she was still not as good as a certain observer. She had to be more familiar with the newly mastered form of energy, which was enough for her to keep busy for a while. As for the observer, as expected, she was carried down in Lin Sanjiu's arms. This person was very interesting. She went to rescue someone else, and then she was lying down. What the hell was this? When the Blue Phoenix landed on the ground, the little angel also floated out of her soul. She sighed to everyone and knew what they wanted to ask, so she spoke first. "He is fine. He just spent a lot of energy and soul power to wake up the Blue Phoenix in the last stage and fainted." Hearing this unsurprising answer, Huey's face was indifferent. It's also a traditional skill. I don't find it strange at all. But looking at your expression, it seems that there's something else? The little angel shrugged and sighed with mixed feelings. The tiredness that has been accumulating for a long time backfired on him just now. He almost couldn't complete the last step of awakening in time and passed out from exhaustion. Everyone was silent for a while, and there was a complicated feeling in their hearts. Finally, it had come to this point. They had guessed that this kind of situation would happen a long time ago, but there had never been anything that required him to deal with urgently, so the hidden danger in this aspect had not been exposed. They had never thought that the issue of dealing with the little phoenix would be exposed. "Tisk, now that things have come to this guy, forget it. He probably won't take it seriously." Feng Qinghuang hugged the person in her arms tightly. Mei Mao was a bit helpless and self-blaming. She had done everything she could for this. She had spent thousands of years to prepare, but she still couldn't withstand the situation during the transformation. The little angel looked at her and said, "Don't worry." Little angel saw that she was a little down and patted her head. "All right, don't put on such an expression. It's not all your fault. You've done well enough. It's better than what little star and I expected. He didn't make it to the end because he often tortured himself. He's fine. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. Actually, it's not a bad outcome. Let him know that he's already endured to the point where he can't bear it. Next time, I'll have a reason to nag him. He won't know that he's riddled with holes until something happens. Hui thought for a moment and said, although I think that even if Feng knows that he is in all kinds of situations, he will still come up with a lot of reasons to show that he can still bear it and continue to endure. But even if he was lying down, he was not really resting or relaxing. It was just an emergency treatment. Once he recovered to a state where he could move, he would definitely get up without a second of delay. Even if they knew that he was enduring, they could not find a reason to attack him. Efficiency reduction, or poor condition, would not appear under normal circumstances. After all, he was trying his best to suppress it, and he would not show it unless something happened. Things like today would not happen so often either. Therefore, they could not find a reason to attack him. Even if they did, he would not care. If he really cared when he was tormenting the source laws back then, phew, they did not know who could change that guy and save him some trouble. Perhaps no one could make him change. His unique and impregnable worldview was not something that could change him. That was why they could not find a reason to attack him. Even if they attacked him, he would not care. If he really cared when he was tormenting the source laws back then, phew, they did not know who could change that guy and save him some trouble. Perhaps no one could change him. His unique and impregnable worldview was not something that could change him. Little Angel patted Blue Phoenix's head and asked her to send Little Star into the conch house to rest. This matter could be considered to have come to an end without any abnormal or fatal incidents. Apart from a certain someone who almost went out of control and had to lie in bed for 3 to 5 days, everything was still under control. This was something worth celebrating. When Little Phoenix came back, we saw that she was still in the law, order, energy form. He felt that her aura was comparable to that of a high-level premier. He could not help but shout, "Bless the birth of the second crazy guy in the Void Battlefront." Feng Qing Huang staggered when she heard this. She could not help but smile bitterly at everyone who looked at her. Because she did not know what to say, she could only pull her hair and smile bitterly. Siyu went forward to look at Blue Phoenix. She circled around her, held her hand, and looked at it. Then she touched the flowing light on her body. She could not help but say, "Law, order, energy form. No matter how many times I see it, I still feel that it is very powerful." Speaking of which, this kind of unreasonable way to increase one's combat power. Should I try it too? Everyone turned pale with fright. Thousands of words were prepared in an instant. When they were about to spit it out, Feng Qing Huang hurriedly grabbed her hands and took the right to speak. She looked at Siyu with a gentle face. "You, think twice." Everyone. All right, this was someone who had experienced it once and knew that this path would only lead to more deaths. Thus he turned around and advised the others. It was really only after experiencing it personally that one would know what it meant to lead to more deaths. "Ahaha, I'm just kidding. Don't be so nervous." Siyu smiled and shook her head. She looked at Blue Phoenix, who was still scared. She could not help but ask, "So, what did you experience in there?" Feng Qing Huang thought for a while. She felt that if she described it in too much detail, she might not be able to feel it deeply. Also, if she described it in too much detail, she felt that she would have hallucinations. So she thought about Little Star's tone and words and said softly, "It was like dying once every minute." Everyone was speechless. This conclusion gave them goosebumps. A chill spread from the bottom of their feet to their backs. In the end, their brains were numb and they were frozen. Seeing that everyone's face was pale and scared to death, Feng Qing Huang smiled bitterly. She could not tell the details of what she went through. It was just something like that. If it was not for Little Star's help and her awakening, she was not confident that she could grasp the form of this power. Perhaps the best result would be to forcefully interrupt it. Then everything she went through would be in vain. Fortunately, she managed to endure it in the end. Now that she had this power in her hands, She felt that everything was worth it. Why did she suddenly have the thought of going back and slapping herself to calm down? An illusion. It must be an illusion. It was worth it. It was just that she had troubled little Xing Xing, so she felt a little apologetic. She originally thought that she would be able to completely handle it by herself. After confirming that the 2 crazy eggs, one big and one small, were fine, everyone strolled away and continued to study. Recently, they had been stimulated too much. First, there was the little angel, who quietly broke through to the higher rank, and then there was the little phoenix who resolutely turned into a crazy egg. Feeling the strong sense of oppression from her body, their minds were a little messy and they sighed a little. Sigh! What were they thinking about? They just obediently went back to study and didn't dare to think too much about other things. Anyway, they really didn't intend to touch this damn thing, even if they died. That was really terrible. Even if they could enjoy it for a lifetime, they had to not play themselves to death when they received it, and they really didn't have the confidence to receive it. They really didn't have the confidence to do it. Well, the occasional thing that happened was already considered a leisure event in their busy lives. Although this leisure was a little ridiculous, it was the essence of it. Now, their schedule was like a spinning top. If they had nothing to do, they would spin in circles until they were dizzy and vomiting blood. If something else happened, they could treat it as a luxurious rest time. Usually, after the rest, they would be followed by a little stimulation. After the stimulation, they would be 3 times more motivated to study. In this regard, Sui Feng said, if you don't get kicked, you won't be able to force yourself to stay awake. And once you do, you will be forcing yourself to go down the path of little brother Feng. You will start to accumulate pressure and play with your life to death. Everyone agreed that this result was quite terrible, so they decisively stopped the 3 times speed. They still had to rest when they needed to rest. A certain observer finally met with a backlash after enduring for 5 eras. He deserved it. No, he deserved it. Why did it sound like they were looking forward to the day something happened to him? Little brother Feng didn't do anything wrong. It was just the same old problem that had been discussed for a long time. He was tired and couldn't take it anymore. Every day he pushed himself to death. Did he really think of himself as the god of origin? But the god of origin and the others didn't go to such extremes. Looking at the conch house and all the junk on the floor, they also had a normal life. Occasionally they would read, write, fish, and in their spare time they would make a pot of tea to chat, brag, and tease their children to change their mentality and mood. He had reason to believe that even in the long 326th eras of the Chaos Era, they also had other activities other than fighting. That's right, teasing their children was definitely the most important thing in that era besides boxing with the Chaos concept body. After all life in the world were disciples. That was the situation back then. His Eminence had mentioned it. So, why did Feng keep pushing himself to death when it came to him? They didn't know. Of course, they knew his thoughts and wishes, which were the direct cause of his current situation. But did he really have to? Phew, forget it. Let's not try to figure out his thoughts. 5 days later, Maple jumped out of bed as if she was counting the seconds and yawned as she walked out of the conch house. She sat down and did not even take a sip of tea before she began to work on her origin energy, which made them feel very tired. But after a while, Maple remembered that his girl had just finished switching forms. So he went over to check on her, told her some of his thoughts and experiences, and helped to guide and perfect the form. It was as if she had switched from one busy thing to another. Speaking of which, they didn't expect the little phoenix's form to be incomplete. Well, it seemed that they were stunned by the aura that was comparable to that of a high-level premier, causing them to be unable to see things clearly. Of course, it was also true that they didn't understand this deadly form of power. It was better to stay as far away from it as possible. Let Feng and the little phoenix figure it out on their own, and they wouldn't get involved. Well, they wouldn't get involved. Let's first deal with it according to these 3 conditions. As for the second stage, let me think, integrate the origin energy into it, and the 3rd stage will be free. Go where the limit is. This will take a long time to deal with, so don't be anxious. It's useless if you're anxious, and you won't get a good result. Just deal with it step by step. In addition, dealing with the structure of the rule, order, and energy form will consume a lot of energy in the beginning. It will consume a lot of energy in all aspects. You'll get tired easily, so remember to rest in time and don't force yourself. When he said this, the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone looked at him strangely and couldn't help but criticize him in their hearts. Damn it, you're the one who needs rest the most. Why are you nagging others to rest every day? If you continue, you'll become a small ball sooner or later. Hui patted Suifeng's shoulder and pointed at himself. Then he raised his chin and walked toward Maple under everyone's gazes. He patted Maple's shoulder and said earnestly, "Maple, you should rest too. We all know that a certain someone pushed himself to the limit a few days ago. He was so exhausted that he almost lost control of his soul." Yun Nuashin glanced at him, crossed his arms, and thought for a moment. Then he admitted helplessly, "I am really tired. I can't hold it anymore." Everyone was shocked. He didn't say, "I'm fine," or "I'm in good condition this time." Shouldn't he say, "I'm in good condition. What can you do to me?" with his hands on his hips? Why did he say this? Hui shuddered violently and stepped back a few meters. He pointed at Feng with his shield and sword and said, "Who's the demon?" Puff! Everyone watched as a guardian was knocked down by a huge brick and laughed in silence. It seemed that it was indeed the real guardian. Glancing at everyone, Yun Nuashing continued to sigh, "Give me some more time. Now is not the time to rest. After all, that mass of energy is still slowly evaporating. If I don't finish dealing with this energy, I won't be able to rest in peace. Wait until I've dealt with these troublesome matters. I'll go and rest." Everyone was indifferent. It was the same ending. Nothing had changed. The only difference was that he actually admitted that he was really tired and couldn't hold it anymore. As for the reason, he said, "Sigh," it was indeed something that needed to be done quickly. As it disappeared and evaporated bit by bit, every passing minute and second would require more time in the future to make up for it. It was not worth it. In their calculations, it was obvious that it was impossible for the observer to deal with all the origin energy before he went out to battle. This was not the incomplete state it was before. The complete origin energy was not so easy to deal with. There was not enough time left. So now they could only let him deal with it and torture himself. What else could they do? They could not help him in this matter. Occasionally they would laugh and joke. Occasionally they would make a fuss. Occasionally they would sigh about why a certain someone was not resting. Then they would sigh about how the class really made their brains explode. From there, they would talk about the various torments and unfriendliness of the origin energy. It gave him a deeper understanding of the suffering of the inheritors. Basically, their days slowly wandered in this rhythm. Now, when they sat down, their minds would wander about matters related to the origin, while watching a certain someone's calm expression and heavy atmosphere as he tormented the origin energy. They would tease him from time to time. Occasionally, they would torment him and occasionally find a place to practice. The function of the tower in the fortress of origin really gave them, the masochists, the perfect place to go. Now, other than Maple's shadow, who had been beaten up by the frontline order warriors for many years, there were also many more shadows, such as his. However, everyone said that it was really frustrating and demoralizing to fight a wooden stake that could not be broken, no matter how hard they hit it. At first glance, he threw out thousands of layers of energy barriers, which were so heavy that they were too tired to lift their swords. Even if they went all out and smashed the barriers, they could not shake a certain guardian's defense at all. Furthermore, he kept taunting them in the shield, causing them to have high blood pressure and low blood pressure. It was like riding a roller coaster. Gradually, their bodies could not withstand the torment, and so they gave up. Because of this, his shadow was not very popular and did not get hit much. It made him feel helpless. He was born to be a shield. He was sorry, but Maple was more professional in terms of sparring. Or perhaps Everyone actually preferred to be abused. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the intention of those who challenged Maple's pseudo-advanced premier form. Oh, time just went by like this, day after day. Half of the time was spent leisurely, and the other half was occupied with affairs. He was constantly going in circles amidst his busy and idle time. Unknowingly, another few thousand years had passed, and then he welcomed another node. No, it was not a matter of life and death. It was just that little green child shouted to them that there was a guest coming to the front line. It made them turn over in the sea of bitterness between the 2 points and the line. At this time, there was no need to elaborate on who was running to the front line of the void. It seemed that her thousands of years of effort in the realm of the gods had finally yielded some results. Of course, it was also possible that there was no result at all. She was just here to report or to say something. In short, they tidied themselves up and made tea at their usual seats. Just as they sat down, they saw her descending from the sky. "I haven't seen you for a while. How did you all become like this?" As soon as the little girl landed, she looked up and saw everyone with dark circles under their eyes. Half of them had dead fish eyes, while the other half had lifeless eyes that had lost their luster. She was immediately frightened. In this situation, Feng Ling, who was holding on, looked more energetic. She was particularly surprised. "What have you all been through all these years?" Yun Nuashing shrugged. "You don't have to pay attention to them. They are abusing themselves. Gradually they became like this." The little girl's face twitched. Abusing themselves? Have they finally gone crazy and gradually approached you? So, how is the situation in the realm of the gods? Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Nothing unusual. Everything is fine." The little girl climbed onto a chair and thought for a moment. Then she reported in detail. "There are many premier tiers in the realm of the gods, but their realms are not very high. At present, the internal situation is stable. If there are no accidents, it should continue to be stable. In short, there is nothing special that requires your attention." "Oh." Yun Nuashing held the cup with both hands. It was within her expectations. The appearance of many premier tiers in the realm of the gods was also a possibility after dealing with the situation in the realm of the gods. Should I bring some of my people over? Cough, cough. Let's talk about it later. Then the core of the 8 primordial realms. No. The little girl shrugged and replied matter-of-factly. "Although I have imagined that it might be in the realm of the gods, it is only a fantasy. However, I did find traces of the core of the 8 primordial realms in the realm of the gods," and she purposely paused for a moment. This seemingly unexpected situation made Yun Nuashing and Hui calm down and look at her. "There are 2 traces. One is the same as what you said last time. It points to the time of the birth of the new era. However, based on the fact that the realm of the gods was born a little later, it can be determined that the void turbulence can indeed erase the time of the traces. Thus, we have obtained proof." The little girl took a sip of tea and sighed in relief. "Then there is the second trace. It is the trace that appeared 40 eras after the void turbulence." Puffed. Hui turned his head and spat out a mouthful of tea. 40 eras? It was nesting in the realm of the gods at that time. The little girl frowned and blew bubbles into her tea for a while. After drinking it, she replied, "If the traces are correct, that is the case. The trace existed for about an era, or maybe just a little short of an era, and then disappeared. It disappeared all of a sudden. It probably teleported away on its own, not even leaving behind a path for me to follow. I have also wandered around the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods for a long time, but I did not find any useful clues." She sighed and took another sip of tea before jumping off the chair and saying to Feng Ling, "Well, that's about it. I closed the door when I left, so I came to inform you." "You're leaving? Where are you going this time?" "This time, I'm not going to the lower primordial realm. Let's take a stroll in the realm of the 8 primordial realms. Since I found traces of recent times in the realm of the gods, it should still be in the realm of the 8 primordial realms. Everyone, recent times? 16 epochs ago was considered a recent period of time, right? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, just as she was about to get up and send them off. She suddenly sat down again. She quickly took out a crystal ball and put it on the table. Hey, wait a minute. Do you recognize this thing? What? What is this? I was just nesting in the realm of the gods for a while. What happened in the void? What was projected in the crystal ball was naturally the big white nail. After thousands of years, it had taken root in the void a little deeper. They had also heard about its activities many times. However, other than the occasional movement of the pupa, there was no other news. It seems to be some kind of thing that has taken root in the void. The little girl frowned. It seems to be a bit of a living thing. Yun Nuashing and the others were all stunned. Is this AF asterisk king living thing? No, that's not what I mean. I don't know what it is either, but it's definitely not a living thing. The little girl shook her head. I just said that it has traces of activity similar to living things. Such as something like a pulse, energy veins. Ah, yes, energy veins. If I'm not mistaken, it relies on these energy veins to control itself. Do you have any more detailed information? Yun Nuashing muttered and told them all the information that little green child had brought back over the years. As she spoke, she also sorted out the information. If that's the case, it should be a huge entity. The little girl spread her hands and gestured the size of the entity. It's a huge entity that covers the upper, middle, and lower planes and penetrates the lower levels of the void. As for whether it appeared in the previous era, well, there's no way to determine anything from this. A huge entity. Hui was a little stunned as he listened. He imagined a strange entity with a huge body that could even cover the entire void. He could not help but gulp. There's such a thing in the void? Well, isn't it right in front of you? The little girl shrugged. I don't know the specifics. As for the characteristics that you mentioned, it should be some kind of self-defense mechanism. Forget it. Anyway, I can't guess anything more. Give me a few coordinates. I'll check it out while I'm walking around. After getting a few coordinates from Fengling, she widened her eyes. These positions are a little. Why does it seem like they're very close to the void front line? How is this close? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It's like taking root in the corner of our house. They often appear in the void that we have not explored. Maybe that's why we only accidentally discovered them when they got close. This thing can't be dismantled or touched. It's frustrating. The little girl said, okay. Anyway, I'll see what's going on. I'll let you know when I have any news. Chapter 2064. Time silently made people numb. After getting used to the process of day after day, everything would become stiff because of this. Whether it was comfortable or busy, the sea of time that was placed there would not stop because of any factors. It would only sweep up everything in the void and rush towards the end of time. After leaving a mark that was so deep that it could make the void tremble, it would only stop for a little bit of time, perhaps a day or two, or perhaps it did not intend to stop at all. It was just like checking in, leaving a mark and continuing forward. He did not know what would happen when the void tremor happened. He was prepared for it, but based on the current situation, he probably would not be able to wait until then. It was the end of the Dark Age. He did not know how many days were left before the void tremor, but the realm of the gods would be penetrated. That nightmarish image lingered in his mind and refused to go away. It was like a sharp thorn in his soul and heart. It was also the reason why he did not stop for a long time. Anyway, it was heart-wrenching. It was heart-wrenching. It was so heart-wrenching that he wanted to drag the entire third defense line over. When the time came, he wanted to finish everything in one fell swoop. If he could not win the first round of attack, it would be useless even if he had left something behind. He did not know how much time had passed and how much the third defense line had evolved. The countless magic circles and nodes that he had left behind had now changed along with him. The number of magic circles that he had left behind was not the main point. He was more concerned about the large pile of magic circles that he had left behind at the third defense line. To dismantle or not to dismantle? It would not take much effort to dismantle the third defense line and move it back to the second defense line, dismantling it and placing it at the front line to increase their strength? It seemed that there was no need for that. The underworld was too lazy to send people out, and there was no need for them to replenish their strength. They might as well just carry it on their backs and rush into the underworld and smash it out in one go. Are you really going to dismantle the third defense line? Hui was holding a diamond-shaped crystal spire in his hands. When he heard this, his hands trembled, and hundreds of thumb-sized crystals fell to the ground and the table. He held his head with both hands and screamed, "I've spent 300 hours on this crystal spire!" Yun Nuashing looked at him, speechless. He bent down to pick up the crystals on the ground and threw them on the table. They were toys made by the god of origin, used to train the power of origin. There were all kinds of toys in that pile of junk, and he had played with a dozen of them. He had to admit that they were better at tormenting people. These little toys were not easy to deal with. They were brain-burning and time-consuming. In general terms, it would be a cup of tea, a book, and a toy would take a year to dismantle. Yes, the book was the instruction manual. Why are you so agitated? He rolled his eyes at Hui and took out a palm-sized crystal cube from his trouser pocket. He pushed it into the pile of crystals on the table and said, "I brought it all back." "Damn, I've never heard you say that before. Just a few days ago, I went with the girl and Shuang to dismantle the entire third defense line. After dismantling it, I smelted it and used it as another trump card. It's still evolving inside. I'll smelt it every once in a while and add dozens of magic arrays." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched her eyebrows and looked a little troubled. "After thinking about it, I still don't want to leave any way out. Just charge in once. Once. Why leave any way out? Leaving any way out is just giving myself some unrealistic fantasies. Fight with your back to the river. Put yourself in a perilous situation and fight to survive. Just be like before. You still want to leave a way out even at this point. If people in the past knew about it, they would laugh themselves to death." Although that's true. Hui looked at him blankly for a while. He was holding the crystals in front of him and was a little quiet. Suddenly, he noticed that there were many streams of colorful light flowing out of Hao Ren's body from time to time. The light then burst into dense energy particles and slowly dissipated. Huey's attention was diverted. "What's wrong with your body? Why is it leaking air like a sieve?" "Oh, it's a sign that the origin energy is about to be converted to 90%. Yun Nuashing answered while clenching her fist. When she saw Hui was so shocked that he broke the crystal tower in his hand again, she rolled her eyes again. "Is it necessary? It's not like you don't know that I've been dealing with the origin energy. 90% is not the limit. Although 90% is the realm that only the peak of Yuanshi can step into. But in the situation of deduction, my soul should be able to withstand it, so there's no need to worry. But you guys, the seal. It seems that it's too early to talk about it?" Hui also rolled his eyes and threw the crystal tower in his hand at Hao Ren. "It's only been a few million years, and you're already talking about the seal? Even if the origin energy can continue to wear down the seal, in the end it's a fixed amount of time. It's still too early." "That's true. Although I feel that it's been a long time, almost 10 million years. Fiddling with the crystal tower in her hand, Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and looked up at the sky that seemed to be made of ice crystals. A bright sun hung in the sky of the ice field. It was not known when Siyu put it up. The sun shone on the space that was washed clean by the ice and snow. Countless energy particles with light were captured by the space here and gathered, making it look like the place was reflecting light everywhere. It was a little dazzling. Shuang and the little angel sat side by side at the edge of the huge circle of frost ascent and whispered to each other. From time to time, their eyes fell on him. Mei Mao had some strange emotions in her eyes, which made him shudder. It was normal for them to get along with each other. But when they got together and laughed while looking at him, they were probably discussing how to torture him. Generally speaking, the more people involved, the worse he would be tortured. For example, in the past 10 million years. Why did he bring up those sorrowful memories? Evil spirits retreat. Speaking of which, your transformation, mastery, and proficiency of the origin energy should have reached the limit of your current realm, right? He tilted his head and looked at Hui, who was still persistently piling up the crystal tower in his hand. He looked at Hui up and down for a while. Yes, it's already over. Hui nodded. When he saw Maple's puzzled look, he handed the crystal tower in his hand forward. But the exploration of the origin energy is not over yet. Don't think of us as shuang, the exception of the exception of the exception. When he said this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. A long time ago, when everyone knew that shuang had nothing to do, he would never forget the collective depression of everyone and the expression of their eyes losing their focus. It was like a hard-earned holiday suddenly being washed away by an overtime notice. Well, Shuang relied on herself as the origin life and the help of the two ice gods' creations, so her speed was faster than light. This was what he learned from Xiao after the event. However, there was definitely more to be done. Shuang was also continuing her exploration of the essence to see if she could find something fun. That was this thing that required a flash of inspiration that coincided with the origin energy had a probability similar to a lottery. 1 in 10,000 chances would be reserved in advance. Well, that was pretty much what it meant, but it wasn't as exaggerated as that. So, you are also rolling on the path of exploring the origin energy? We glanced at him and muttered as he fiddled with the crystal tower in his hand. Yes, it's because I know when the realm of chaos comes crashing down, I will have to take the entire place. Well, I definitely can't take the entire place, but at least I have to share at least half of the pressure with you. I am now trying very hard to explore the origin energy. Origin energy? Doesn't that mean? Just think of it as me previewing. Yun Nuashing. Can this thing be previewed? Yes, the book, 999 Ways to Survive with a Shield, left behind by Her Eminence, mentioned the origin domain, but it's a digression. Yun Nuashing. What kind of strange book is this? Hui was multitasking as he fiddled with the crystal tower in his hand. At the same time, he answered very seriously, I am very compatible with the power of my goddess. There are several conditions that determine that I can explore the origin energy in advance, but it is only an exploration in advance. With my current condition, it is indeed a little difficult to support the origin energy. First, I need to lay the foundation. When the time comes for me to ascend to the higher level, and when I raise the conversion of my origin energy to 70%, I should be able to feel the threshold in advance. Yun Nuashing. Is there still a division into upper, middle, and lower levels? Isn't it formed in one go? Being stared at by Maple with a strange expression, Hui laughed dryly. Ahem, that's what it means. Anyway, you can look forward to it a little. Hey, let's not talk about me. How is your origin energy? It's so. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. This time it was Huey's turn to look at him with a strange expression. But he could not do anything about it. He could only shrug. Just treat it as if there is no progress. For now, the conditions should be enough. Her power as the leader and the other 48 types of origin energy have all met the conditions. But in terms of exploring the origin energy, I don't feel anything at all. How should I put it? It's like I know there's a lump in my body, but I can't touch it no matter what. It's an awkward feeling. It's like the door is not locked, but I can't push it open. Oh, Hui said. Then, according to your temperament, you should just break the door open. Break the door open. What's the procedure? Just break the door and the wall together. Yun Nuashing. After nearly 10 million years, he had finally used up the energy, but in fact he did not know whether it was used up or evaporated. Well, anyway, there was a harvest, but he was very concerned about how much had evaporated out of thin air. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do to remedy it. At present, nearly 90% of the 49 types of origin energy at the forefront had been transformed, and the rest were not directly put aside, but their priority was relatively low. Since the conditions were now good enough, he still wanted to spend some effort to explore the origin energy. Unfortunately, he could not find the way. Pa! Startled by the sudden sound on the table, Yun Nuashing hurriedly came back to his senses. He saw that Hui had cleared most of the things on the table and placed a heavy book on the table. It was really heavy. He had never seen a book that was bigger than a person. This thing that was 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and 2 meters high. This must be a door plank, right? The cover of the book was painted with a lot of very gorgeous golden lines that looked quite powerful. If it was placed in front of the sun, it could use the reflection of the lines to blind people's eyes. There was also a picture of a fire giant standing on a city wall with a shield in both hands. A line of big words was written on the top of the book: How to Build a Great Wall in Your Origin Energy. Ah, the name of the book was left for Hui. He lifted this very heavy book and knocked on the cover with his finger. With a strange expression, he said, "This thing can enrich your experience when opened. If you close it, it can probably flip the top of someone's head off. Do you believe that if you embed it on your guardian shield, it will increase your defense by 100 times? Ahem. Don't worry about these details. What's important is the content inside the content." Hui grinned at him. "This brick. Ah, no, I remember there is a tutorial about the origin energy in this book." He suddenly turned his head. "But I don't remember if it's this book or not. Recently, I've been reading a lot of books. When I turn the book, hundreds of pages of content will crash into my mind. It's so confusing that I can't tell which is which. If it's not this, it might be something in the other dozens of books." Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Before opening the book, she took out another light ball from her pocket and held it in her arms. That is, the things she collected about Luo, creation god. Siyu gave it to me after she finished using it, but I've always forgotten about it. If you don't bring me this book today, I may not remember this. He held the light ball in his hand for a while, then put it on his head. Then, under Huey's malicious gaze, he opened the cover of this door plank. His breath stagnated for a moment. The densely packed catalog was as black as a piece of graffiti. Without a magnifying glass, one could probably see through it. What's this? Is there a need to write so small? The words at the back are even smaller. Hui shrugged. It's so densely packed that the whole page is filled. At first, I thought that my venerable god scribbled on it as a prank. It wasn't until I lay on it and stared at it that I understood the reason. This is the rhythm of drowning me with words. Can't it be divided into top, middle, and bottom? Yun Nuashing turned her head and spat out her soul. Hui saw him flipping through the book with a headache and couldn't help but laugh. It's finally your turn to read. Ha ha ha! Do you want to absorb physics knowledge at this time? I'm afraid you've been infected by Qing Jun. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him fiercely. This kid must have been reading books until his head went bald. Now, seeing others reading books could make him happy. Well, it was no wonder. After all, he had been dealing with these things for nearly 10 million years. After eliminating a lot of tedious things, I actually like reading books on weekdays. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but... Huey's evil smile was still on his face, and there was a bit of banter. In fact, you just spread out the book and stare blankly for a third of the time, right? Oh, that's not considered leisure time. Most of the time. Ah, yes, just like now. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. On one hand, there are tedious things, and on the other hand, there are books that are not for leisure and thinking about life. How can I be idle? During the time when I'm absent-minded, I'm mostly thinking about fireworks. Hui scratched his head. If that was the case, the last time Maple was really holding a book and reading leisurely without thinking about anything was probably more than 5 years ago. As for this thing, alas, it seems that I have to focus on reading books for a while. What a headache! Seeing that Maple was gradually engrossed and concentrating the remaining half of his energy, Hui sighed softly in his heart. He tiptoed and packed up his things and stood up. At this time, he would not disturb this busy guy. He should go to the void front line and have a look. He had been staying in the observer space for a long time and had not gone out, although he was in regular contact with Little Green. God knows what had become of the outside world. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard a sudden scream behind him, followed by Maple's anxious voice, which startled him. Hey, what do you want to do? You just discussed for a long time to do. When I'm reading books, don't. Clothes can't. Ears can't. Wow. What are you two doing today? Hui thought with his toes and knew what was going on. He did not dare to look back and quickly ran away. When Hao-Rin came out of the observer dimension, it was dusk in Node Zero City. The setting sun dyed the sky red. Snowflakes fell from the cloudless sky, forming a thin layer on the ground. Hao-Ren was startled. He wondered if Little Greenie or someone else had the time to change the weather of the Node City. Snow. How long has it been since I last saw such a scene? My memories of normal life seem to have become very blurry under the erosion of endless time. I can't remember the details of the things that happened in the past, and I can't remember the last time I felt happy because of the change in the weather. It did not take much effort to find Little Qingzi. Although Little Qingzi appeared in various places in the void frontline, there were still a few fixed spots with a higher probability of appearing. Hao-Ren only needed to run to 2 locations before he found Little Qingzi. It was in the large garden south of the Node City. Maple had told him that there was such a garden here many years ago. But other than Little Qingzi, Hao-Ren also saw something else. By the lakeside where leaves and petals were falling, Little Green was holding 2 crystal balls in his left and right hands. There were a few floating beside him. He was busy shaking his head from side to side. It seemed that he was probably confirming the day's check-in or busy with various matters in the void frontline. Beside him stood a tall and beautiful girl with long brown curly hair. She was also holding 2 crystal balls in her hands. She looked at Little Green with a helpless expression. Oh, this is probably that. Ahem, it seems that Little Green is not a good person to disturb. I don't want to be a third wheel. However, just as he turned around and was about to slip away, the girl suddenly turned her head and exclaimed, Lord Hui! Huey's face was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and hid his expression. Little Green also hurriedly put down the things in his hands and looked embarrassed. Lord Hui, how come you have time to come here? Oh, I'm bored from reading, so I came out for a walk. Hui waved his hand and walked up to them. He winked at Little Green and patted him on the shoulder with a gentle face. You're not young anymore. Hurry up and get married if you have a girlfriend. The girl suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Little Green blushed and hurriedly responded loudly. Don't be like an old father urging me to get married. I didn't succeed in forcing Maple to marry me last time. Can't you let me have some fun with you? Hui shrugged and looked away from Little Green, who was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a castle on the ground. He looked at the dozens of crystal balls floating beside them and asked, What are you busy with? As soon as they talked about what they were just talking about, Little Green immediately hid his embarrassment and put on a serious face. The anomaly in the void was discovered about 10 million years ago. The big nail that Maple mentioned? The white one? The nail. The nail. Little Green's cheeks trembled and he nodded. Recently, we found that its activities are much more active than in the past 10 million years. In the past, it was active about once a month. Each time, the situation was different. Maybe there was a sudden energy reaction that gathered a lot of energy, or it suddenly continued to extend into the depths of the void, or it expanded horizontally and divided into many branches. But about half a year ago, its activity has shortened from once a month to once every half a month, and there is a little abnormal vibration every day. Lord Maple has repeatedly asked us to pay attention to this thing that is making him uneasy, but we can't find out more than monitoring it. It still can't touch or be affected. Logically speaking, if it can absorb energy from the void, our energy should also be able to mix with the void and enter it together. But why is it that our energy is precisely picked out and can't touch it at all? I don't know why. God knows what's going on with this thing. Anyway, we can't go wrong by continuing to monitor it. But, well, since the frequency of its abnormal activity is increasing, let's keep a distance, just in case we can react in time. We picked up a ball and looked at the image recorded in it. The nail had a lot of branches, as if it had cracked. No wonder Maple's girl said it was like a tree root. By the way, have you found its source? No. The progress of the exploration has been. Little Green paused and took out a grayish-blue energy crystal from his pocket. By the way, hundreds of thousands of years ago, you and Lord Maple's friend came here, but just left a message for me to pass on to you and then left. It's related to that thing. When you mentioned the source, I remembered. That girl, she left after leaving a message. She's a busy person. We muttered and touched the grayish-blue energy crystal. A paragraph was clearly reflected in his mind. The source has disappeared, or it's hidden in the void. It's very far from the branches. This thing is suspected to be a man-made creation that solidifies the void. Hui was a little stunned after reading this paragraph. The source disappeared just like that. Suspected to be a man-made creation that solidifies the void. What did it mean? On the surface, he understood the meaning. He didn't know who hit the void randomly and turned it into a strange creation. But the meaning behind it? He didn't understand. Forget it. This wasn't something he could get involved in. He threw the message back to Maple and let him see what the situation was. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw Little Green whispering something to the girl with the brown hair, laughing happily. Damn, he wanted to run away quickly, but he still had something to say, so he could only interrupt the two. That I still have something to say. I Ching, and the girl immediately stuck out their tongues and stopped talking. They listened to Huey's words and were deep in thought. The top combat power of the void frontline now. Little Green lowered his head and rubbed his chin. He slowly answered. At present, excluding some people who joined the void frontline later, all of them are in the primeval stage. As for the mid-level primeval stage, they make up about 50%. After Lord Maple adjusted the source law last time, the seal was worn down faster. If we follow Lord Maple's plan, we might be able to... What? When did Maple adjust the source law? Hui was stunned. How come I don't know about this? 2 or 3 million years ago. That's quite a long time ago. It seems that he used the origin energy for something. Well, with some adjustments, the Order warriors who have already adapted to the origin energy can wear down the seal a little faster. Although it's just a little bit, but over time we might be able to pull it apart for some time. Little Green looked at Huey's widened eyes and pondered. He scratched his head and continued, by the time Lord Maple specified, we should have a lot of mid-level, primeval stage elites at the front line, as well as a considerable number of high-level primeval stage elites. Well, that's a matter for the future. Although the future is foreseeable, it still requires a lot of effort. High-level primeval stage. Hui sighed and looked at the void with one hand on his waist. It seems that we should prepare for that. But aren't we always in a state of preparation? Well, I don't mean this kind of preparation for war. I mean the preparation for the formal attack. Hui waved his hand. But you don't have to worry about that. Hui, Maple, and I have discussed it. Sigh, fighting into the underworld is also a troublesome matter. The situation there. Although I think your Lord Maple might just throw down the words improvise and say that the preparations are done. I Ching and the girl smiled bitterly. Hui glanced at them and patted little Green's shoulder kindly. So, when are we going to get married? Why do you have to rush us to get married? Chapter 2065. Things that happened in the void were usually silent and unpredictable. Occasionally, there woid be situations that could not be judged. For example, the strange big nail. They thought it was just a strange void anomaly and thought it would disappear after a while. Never did they expect it to be some kind of indescribable creation. They did not know who created it and what it was used for. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that it was not doing anything now. Oh, it wasn't that it wasn't active. It was just that it hadn't been messing around in the void yet. It hadn't shown any signs of trouble like the permanent points, so it made them feel a little more at ease. But it was only a little. For the time being, they just had little Green raise its attention level by half a level, and then there was nothing else. There was no way to deal with it, so they just left it there and continued to pay attention. He patted little Chingzi's arm and urged him to get married again. Little Chingzi was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Then he slipped away happily and returned to the observer space. He saw that Feng was still reading a book with a gloomy face. His shoulders were so heavy that they drooped unnaturally. Thinking about it, he went over and mentioned it to him. Changes. Yun Nuashing turned a page of the book that looked like a door and put the light ball on her head on the table. There are only two factors that can affect a creation related to the void. The void is calm for a while, so it is not a problem of the void. It can only be the influence of another party, the person or group that created this strange creation. And the sudden change is probably that group of people or that person doing something. Something related to the void? What could it be? Hui sat back on the chair and continued to stare at the crystal tower in his hand. He was a little confused. God knows, there are so many things that can be done. Yun Nuashing exhaled indifferently. As long as it doesn't affect us for the time being, we won't care about it. Of course, the main reason is that we can affect it. Let it hang there. I thought of a situation. Just because we can affect it doesn't mean that its level is higher than ours. It might just be a very special existence that follows its rules. If we don't follow its rules, we might not be able to affect it. However, this kind of creation related to the void must have something similar to its core and source. If we can find its core, many problems can be solved. However, if you really want to destroy it, minor void turbulence can definitely do it. It's just that the price is too high. After Hui heard this, he directly shattered the crystal pagoda in his hand and stared at him with a green face. Let's forget about this. That's what I thought too. That's why I've been saying that I'll just leave it there. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Compared to those things, the preparation for attack that you mentioned reminded me of something that I talked to Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing before. Hui felt that the atmosphere had become much more formal. He could not help but sit up a little straighter and crossed his hands. His face was as calm as water. Go on. He scratched his head as soon as he said those two words. It feels weird. It's like I haven't been so serious for a long time. It was only when I was fighting in the realm of the gods, and occasionally when there was a large-scale operation, that I would be so serious. Because most of the things that came after were improvised and could not be arranged. The strategies and plans mentioned in the past could be wiped clean when the tide of the void hits. Standing in the void, no amount of arrangements could compare to the impact of its activity. So, we just need to improvise and then firmly hold on to the truth that can deal with sudden changes. Yun Nuashing chuckled dryly, cleared his throat, and picked up the ball on the table. Back to the original topic. A while ago, I've forgotten how many years ago, Xiao Xiao had me arrange a surprise attack on the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss to verify something. Hui was dumbfounded. What did you guys do while I was busy chewing on books and pulling out my hair, adjusting the source laws, and suddenly sending troops to attack the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss? It's not like I had to arrange for everyone to do something important. If not for my poor condition, I would have gone to test it out myself. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui and saw that his face was alternating between white and red. After stuttering for a long time without saying anything, she said flatly, "It was just a normal test. We moved the origin temple to the void rift. Block the door and kill it? No. We tried to throw the origin temple inside." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and shook her head. But it failed. It was blocking the door, and there was no way to drag it in. There are only two ways for us to attack the underworld. One is to find where they are hiding in the void, and the other is to rush into the death mist rift in the abyss. No matter where they come out from, they would definitely be in the underworld, and even a slightly more remote location would be close to the underworld. When the time comes, we just have to find a way to locate their base. We basically skipped the first method. They control most of the void and hold the incomplete power of the origin god. They also have beings at the pinnacle of the primeval, and the space they are determined to hide is basically completely isolated. There's no way to locate them through the death mist rift, so we have to go with the second method. That's why we had to bring the origin temple to crash into the door. "Oh," we said after listening to that part. But we found that the rift couldn't fit the origin temple inside. Yun Nuashing nodded. The origin temple was blocked outside the death mist rift. They probably did something over there. There's no telling if they would be wary of that. Let's just say that they were prepared because they were wary. But here's the problem. The origin temple couldn't be put in a pocket and taken away, nor could be broken through directly. The origin temple, and of course the Fort of Origins. To put it in another way, they were a nail that pinned themselves in the void. It was the same when they were placed in the world luminous cluster, and when they took root, they would root the world luminous cluster in the void as well. So far, there had been no problems. Even if the world light had taken root together with the world light, it could still be pushed away. This was how it had been done back when it had captured the permanent point and drained its blood. However, it couldn't be placed in a pocket. In other words, the origin holy temple couldn't place the world light in the world light and then stuff the world light into its soul to sneak away. The reason was simple. The Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple were essentially nodes, and the realm of order that was rooted in the void was the area of influence of the node. If they were rooted in the world luminous cluster, according to Xiao Xiao, their power could cover the entire world luminous cluster and turn it into a void node. In other words, the world luminous cluster was so heavy that it couldn't be put in a pocket. I've heard that the Origin Temple couldn't be carried around, but I didn't expect that there was such a detail. Hui was a little dumbfounded as he filled in that part of his knowledge. That means the soul couldn't hold the world luminous cluster with the realm of order. By the same logic, it couldn't be carried around directly, and the reason is the same. He scratched his head and thought for a while, feeling that he had found a blind spot. Then can't we close the Origin Temple and the Fort of Origins and put them in a pocket before bringing them over? Yes, but do you know how much energy and time it would take to reopen the Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple after closing them? Yun Nuashing tapped the world luminous cluster in her pocket, making a hollow echo. It would take half an hour just to start them up, and the energy consumption. We have energy sources to offset that, so let's not talk about energy for now. After they're activated, they would roar at the void, so there's no need to worry about the energy consumption after they're activated. They could keep fighting in their most powerful state until the end of eternity. What we need to pay attention to is the situation when they're activated. The Fort of Origins is a little more special. It has a bunch of cores, and its original intention is to load the cores to unleash more power, while the cores are used as auxiliary energy sources. Now that we don't even have enough cores, its various levels would more or less drop a little, but it should be enough. As for the time needed to activate it, about 2 hours? Half an hour. 2 hours. Huey's face twitched for a while. We'll be dead by the time they activate it. They've never considered shutting it down since they came out of the furnace. As I said earlier, they can fight until the end of time, and there's no need to worry about energy consumption at all. It's only now that we've encountered this kind of problem that it's a little headache. Yun Nuashing replied as she shrugged and continued to flip through her book. Her nonchalant look made Huey's eyes widen, and he could not help but raise his voice a little. Don't be so calm. The Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple are our most important foundation. Why don't we find a way to drag them in and fight them? Don't worry. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously at him. I've made some preparations a long time ago that can solve this problem. My original intention was not to deal with this matter. After all, I didn't know that the Origin Temple would not be able to be brought over. It's just a coincidence that this happened. Can't you just finish the conclusion? The conclusion is, I have a way to bring the complete node into the underworld, so don't worry. Do what you need to do now. It's not worth the effort. Seeing that Feng was flipping through the book calmly, Hui was not worried at all. He had said a long time ago that Feng was the most concerned about this matter. Since he was not in a hurry, it meant that this matter had come to an end. There was no need to worry. Although he did not know what Feng had done, he would know when the time came. Speaking of which, when he first came back, he did not see anything wrong with Feng. Before he went out, Feng was yelling as if he was going to be done the next second. Hui even carefully peeked for a while, but he found that nothing happened. Now, the little angel and Ming were still on the ring of frost, still peeking at Feng. He did not know what they had just done. Noticing that his thoughts were a little off track, Hui quickly came back to his senses. He steadied the crystal tower in his hand, took a deep breath to calm down, and casually found a topic to talk about. How's the domain of origin? Ah, he really touched the pot that did not boil. Feng had just started reading not long ago, and he already asked this question. A little gain, a little feeling. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. Huey's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the toy in his hand. However, this is something that I left for you. It's not particularly compatible with me. Moreover, I want to use the energy of destruction as the core, and the other 48 types of energy of origin as auxiliary. So, I have to convert this part of the information that I saw before it can be used. It's not as good as it's more versatile if it's targeted. Hui sighed, but when he talked about himself, he had a strange expression. But the domain of origin is not universal, which divine religion of origin does not teach their own people according to their targeted teachings. At most, they would mention the characteristics of other people's disciples so that they can cooperate better. They would definitely not use the universal method. Feng, you're such a troublemaker. Yun Nuashing. Although it might be true, but why do you have to mention those 3 words? Forget it. Anyway, I need to extract the information and filter it myself, and then think about how to use it to help me activate the domain of origin. Things will not be very smooth. Fortunately, there is still time, and I don't have to worry about it from now on. Speaking of time, Hui looked up and told Yun Nuashing about the current distribution of combat power in the Void frontline. Yun Nuashing listened and thought for a moment. That's expected. The existence of the source law has broken the restrictions. As long as the path here is smooth and unobstructed, the warriors of order will be able to step on the platform and reach the sky in one step. They were originally the best in their own world. If it was not for the restrictions of the void environment, they would have already reached the level of Yuanshi. Now that they have come to the void frontline where the environment conditions are better, it's not surprising that they have such results. When you guys have also advanced, no, when a considerable number of the higher-ups have also advanced, then you can tell them the news of the final battle. Final battle? Hui suddenly put on a serious expression. You want to wait until our higher-ups have all advanced into the realm of Yuanshi to tell them and raise their morale. There shouldn't be a need. You and I know our family's morale and people's hearts better than anyone else. If there's a problem, there will be a problem early. Ah no? Yun Nuashing shook her head and interrupted him. It's just an ordinary symbol of a node. a node used to announce that the void frontline has entered the next stage. That's fine. We were also hesitating when to tell them about this. He scratched his head. It was a long time ago. He and Suifeng had talked about this topic before. When should they tell them about the final battle? They were not sure. Just as they said at that time, the warriors of order were first and foremost individual lives. Then, as a warrior of order, they also had their own lives and things that they valued. The battle here was just for the same distant goal, and they should not get rid of everything for it. Announcing the arrival of the final battle was equivalent to informing them, giving them time to fulfill their wishes. When the day of the final battle arrived, they could go all out as much as possible. As Maple thought, the fact that the higher-ups had all advanced into the realm of Yuanshi was a symbol in itself. It meant that the void frontline had already had the power to enter the next stage. In his opinion, it was a sign of encouragement and something like that. It was a sign, a declaration that they had the power and qualification to fight the underworld head-on. That kind of future was just around the corner. It was just that he suddenly felt a little sad. Perhaps he thought of the scene when the 20 advanced Yuanshi broke through the void frontline. Perhaps he thought of the time when Maple decided to lie down for 100 billion years. Now, they had the power to fight the underworld head-on. It was the result of the long accumulation of 5 eras. It fulfilled their wish, but it made him feel a little sad. He was now looking forward to the future's ending, but he was also worried. Sigh. The thing called time flew by in a daze. It was unknown how much time had passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it knew that something was about to happen soon. This will urge them to keep moving forward, immersing themselves in it, and unable to extricate themselves. A period of time passed silently. They did not even look at the rules of time. When they looked back, they did not know what year or month it had been. Enduring and enduring, they were weakened. For some reason, it seemed to be far more exhausting than fighting. Waiting in the endless time and constantly moving forward was far more torturous than being immersed in fighting until one's scalp went numb. Phew, perhaps it was also torturous. The endless time exerted on them was eroding their souls bit by bit. Perhaps even numbness could not be described. What did they do during this period? The period was not clear. As they moved forward, they would eventually become numb. After all, they were not Maple, who could endure until he was half dead and still be resolute. Moving forward was Maple's route and what he was determined to do. He did not need motivation or vision for anything. He just wanted to move forward and needed to move forward. In the end, they couldn't close their eyes and pinch themselves to endure it. Fortunately, the observer space wasn't lonely and quiet. Occasionally, when they woke up, they would see Suifeng and the others. They would also see him and Qing Jun fighting each other in the concept level space for some reason instead of fighting in the tower. From time to time, they would also see Siyu and Little Phoenix gathering together to talk about something. But whether it was a situation like a shift change or something else, when they woke up, they would see the fixed 3 people sitting together. The atmosphere was serene, as if the years were peaceful. Peaceful? Quiet my ass. What kind of atmosphere did you get to feel that the years were peaceful? Can't you just say peaceful to the void that's bombarding you outside? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. 100 million years have passed. Have you gone stupid or confused? I think I'm stupid and confused. He put his head on the table and muttered, Isn't it because, I don't want to study anymore. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, fiddling with the colorful energy crystal that looked like a 3-dimensional hexagram in his hand. As he fiddled with it, he suddenly freed one of his hands and picked up a book from the surface of the 1-meter-high pile of books and casually flipped through it. You should be done with your things, right? It's been 100 million years. It's over. It's long over. The matter of the origin energy, the matter of the origin of the structure, and the matter of the primeval realm are all over. The rest of the time is just to figure out the essence. Oh, inspiration is such an illusory thing. When it comes knocking on the door, I'm confused. When I'm awake and open the door, it doesn't come. It's something that can only be found by chance. Everyone sighed, and Yun Nuashing was stunned. Well, I'm a little curious. He tilted his head and looked at everyone who was depressed. What are you guys thinking about when you're figuring out the essence? Xiao Shi, who was sitting next to him, was the first to answer. Magic circle research. Siyu, who was resting her head on his shoulder, said in a daze. Oh, creation. Oh, structure. More creation, wheeze. Xing LV, who had a chicken coop on his head, was obviously roasted by himself. I still can't hang myself up there and burn for a month. It's torturing me to death. Hui was even more distressed. I'm the one who's responsible for the defense of the whole field. What do you think I'm doing? Lord Green waved his hand and said, barging through the void. Everyone. From the beginning to the end, you didn't do anything other than barging through the void, right? Look at your spirit, and then look at the group of people who had been suffering for 100 million years. Oh, that's really hard work. Yun Nuashing responded dryly and turned the three-dimensional six-pointed star in his hand. After a while, his palm trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered slightly. He took out a world light ball from his stomach, looked at it for a while, and stuffed the six-pointed star into it. He looked at the thing in his hand for a few minutes, swallowed his saliva, and slowly adjusted the internal activities of the origin energy and the power of order, controlling them in detail. Although his expression was very serious, it was rare for everyone to gather together and talk about their own things for a long time, so no one noticed him at all, until he suddenly stood up with a pant sound and a long howl spread across the ice field. Wah! It's finally F** King done. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Everyone looked at the observer, who suddenly lay down straight on the ice field and was dumbfounded. This guy, is he really crazy? When Xiao Shi and Siyu dragged him back to the chair, he stood up again and suddenly threw the world light ball in his hand at Sui Feng. The ball coming at him startled Sui Feng. He caught it in a hurry and looked down at the ball in his hand. He was still stunned. What's this? Yun Nuashing lowered his head and let out a sinister laugh. After a while, he held his face with one hand and raised his head to let out a crazy laugh. Everyone shuddered and couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and carefully moved back a distance. Ahem. After a while, Yun Nuashing calmed down and replied faintly to the bewildered crowd. The energy source world, the energy source, and the energy light ball are special among special. The special model of the fortress of origin domain. In an instant, there were only a few normal people left at the scene, looking at Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and the others who were dancing crazily, looking at Hui, who was strangling Qing Jun's neck with his arms until his face turned purple, looking at this group of demons who were dancing crazily. It was very crazy. Xiao Shi stared blankly at everyone who was in a daze. She pulled Ling and whispered in his ear, "When did you finish it?" "Just now." Yun Nuashing put one hand on his waist and breathed a sigh of relief. It took a long time. Just dealing with the prerequisites was enough to torment me to death. Prerequisites? When Xiao Shi heard these words, her gray eyes flashed. Suddenly, she pulled him and whispered seriously, "Have a baby." Yun Nuashing. Why did this girl think of this? Ahem, stop fooling around. He raised his hand and knocked on the girl's head. Then he stood up and said to Sui Feng and the others who were still screaming, "Hurry up and install the thing and see how it goes. In the name of Origin and Primordial, this thing that gathers 146 origins and converts 90% of the origin energy level is still not enough. I can only be the core myself." The scene suddenly froze. All the inheritors stared at him with their eyes wide open. They were even more dumbfounded than before. Hui stared at him with his eyes wide open. How did you convert all 90%? Weren't you dealing with the origin domain?" "Because I couldn't find the knack for the origin domain, and I couldn't open the door and the wall together. So I had to turn around and continue to work on the prerequisites." Yun Nuashing spread his hands and sighed helplessly. "In the end, I still couldn't find the knack. Like I said, the origin domain is a little unreliable. I can only treat it as a surprise. Now the situation is clear. Either the surprise doesn't want to open the door, or it wants to shut the door in my face. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know if it was good news or bad news. All 146 origins had reached 90%, but they still couldn't touch the origin domain. Well, under normal circumstances, the exploration of the origin domain would only officially start when one reached 90%. But from the looks of it, it was obvious that he couldn't figure it out even with all the prerequisites. So he cursed and pulled the rest of the prerequisites to the passing line, and then continued to curse and bang on the door. But this guy was really scary. It was understandable that the little angel had reached the higher tier. After all, she had been sticking close to him. Shuang Shuang was an origin life form, which was already ridiculous, so he was mentally prepared. As for the observer, well, he had never tried anything that wasn't ridiculous from the beginning. After 100 million years, all the origins had suddenly reached the threshold of the peak of primordial. It was not unacceptable. Yes, acceptable. He covered his right side of his conscience to express his acceptance. Accept my ass. Bloody hell, this is so exciting. Think about it. Are all the inheritors still stuck at the 60% threshold? Don't you guys keep making big news.